Alright, alright, alright. What we're gonna do, I think, first is do another city run where we waste a lot of ammo. Because, yeah, I've been stocking a lot of fucking 45 and 7.62, I think. Well, there are a lot of different 7.62, but it's AK rounds. And then after that, we explore the naval base, or whatever the hell's over there. Whatever they don't want us seeing. Whatever they're trying to keep Bob away from. The secret conspiracy to, I don't know, keep Bob complacent? Nah, I don't know. Anyways, so we get on with that. Right now we got our our AWP shooting 308. I'm just gonna, you know, I'll just do that. I should probably take some 7.62 with me. It's just gonna be a lot of shooting. A lot of shooting. A lot of killing puppets. Feeling slightly chilly, it's fine, right? Probably be a raincoat. Damn it. Let's just wear a raincoat, why not? Bring a raincoat with us. Little jacket. You know, when you're a sniper, you need your little jacket. Always have that. It's very important. Very, very important. Probably could have chosen another, vantage point. Maybe further into the city here. I don't know if I can even get up there. Get on top of one of the tall buildings. That'd be fucking wicked. Sick, crazy. Maybe get on that crane. I don't know, matters which crane you are. They all seem pretty distant from the city center. And it's like after a certain distance, nothing spawns for you anyways. So, pish, pisha. Why would someone take bird shot up here? Unless they were, planning to shoot at birds from... Yeah, I guess you can't judge, really. You do you, crazy bird hunter. Whatever you were thinking of doing. But anyways, as I was talking about, the 308, it's much more powerful than our 22 we were up here with earlier. I don't think that changes much. Because, we're not fighting armored targets. They'll still go down in one. But, I can be more comfortable shooting for the body. With a round like this, might not be hunting any deer, but more exciting prey. Puppets. I don't know if we'd have to leave the area and come back for them to spawn. I don't know how puppet spawning works. Maybe I get down on the ground and actually go through the city making long shots on them. Or maybe it just takes a while. We'll stay up here and ascertain. I heard one puppet groan. That's pretty much it. I wonder if all this ammo is enough to take down a sentry. I wonder if I could. I mean, I know you can kill them, but it's just, I wonder if, I could, by myself shooting the guns. That takes durability. I remember back in an earlier build of the game when shooting guns didn't take durability. They didn't have durability. They couldn't have malfunctions, and I just spawn myself lots of ammo and shoot down a sentry. Those good times. The what was it? M82, whatever. The 50 cal. I should say 50 BMG. The 50 BMG was out by then. It was pretty fun to just set up camp way outside of a sentry base and just shoot into it. Kill the sentries, God mode fill the bases I wanted, leave, come back, and see how the sentries were trapped. A hoot, maybe. There's one. Oh, jeez. It did take two. Okay. You're gonna tell me that fucking 22 is more effective than 308? 22 is the god ammunition. What is this? Is this... no, it's not specific to the op. I was gonna say, I have the op scope and everything. How in the hell? I was supposed to be pro sniper, sniper pro, sniper elite. Speaking of sniper elite, I have those games. And I would like to play them. It's like, I was a fan of the franchise in the first one. Yeah, just played the first one. Yeah, the one where you're in World War II, as you always are. That old, and I was like, I became a fan of the franchise, bought all the way up to 4, and just never touched them. And this might give me an excuse to go and play them. Oh, it's just that one puppet. That's... Maybe we have to leave and come back. Give it some time, It just needs some distance, right? It just needs to figure out who it is. It's this game. I don't want to make the... I've been tempted to make the Battlefield mistake of just, jumping off this, like, I have a parachute, I'll land. No. No, you won't. You need to actually equip a parachute, and even then it comes out after a while, and... I wonder, though, if you could, open it here, unfurl it, and then, jump down with it like a kite. I have never used a parachute, so... I don't know, I would think that would be unsafe at this site, even at this height, even if you, prepared it way beforehand, and, I don't know, I had 4 friends helping you unfurl it and then jumped off. It would just take too long to slow you down. Then again, maybe this height isn't even that fatal. I don't know, I'm getting ideas. But this is much too... Well, sector respawn exists. I was gonna say this is too far from our base, but... It's also at the intersection of, 4 center... no, it's mostly in 2 different sectors. So it would really depend. Anyhow. I heard one of them yell. I heard you. Circle to somewhere else. Maybe find another crane. That's a power line, I think. Shall we go to that crane? What would that say? Maybe that crane at the westish. The weastish. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get some gas. Gonna get some gas, and then we're gonna go to that other crane. Oh. Just let me see if we can chart a course to it from here. No, it would probably be good to just take... What the hell? Why are you up there? Well, tis the day to waste some ammo, right? It's just circling. I couldn't hit it. I'm not confident in my ability to hit that. Alright. Let's go.
You got the wrong guy.
Oh, how the hell are I not? Yeah, hold on. How did I not load that freaking spare? Oh, the guy just had it sitting there. go. All right. Dude's really into yoga, I guess. Who in the fuck? Yeah, well, you can keep whining. Wonder if he'll keep posting. Yeah. He is at peace. Anyways, what the fuck? Did you just spawn there? New girl. Shoot that booty. Maybe she came from like a mile around or something. We're playing on hard mode with unsilenced weapons. We're gonna be attracting a lot. Pretty much everyone spawned in an area, probably. Alright, you chill, man. Keep vibing. That's that crane in the distance. Oh man, he's gone. Wait, I did say we'd get some gas, didn't I? Yeah, whatever, we got enough. I was not expecting to be deposited out here, but it's fine. These are all easily healable, and I have a strong boy immune system. A big boy immune system. Unlike fucking Bob. I was born in the wild. I was raised by wolves. And by raised by wolves, I mean I killed them. Shut up. Okay, well, excuse me while I bleed all over the hood of my car. Oh, okay. Get some iron on this thing. I hope this is the right crane. I also hope that climbing isn't strenuous. No, well, we'll have plenty of recovery time up there anyway, so it really doesn't matter if it is or not. I don't think it was iMovie though. There was a video program, editing program on Mac, and it comes with a default loop that's used in this song. I can recognize it. Anyways, I don't remember even what it was called, but I do remember that it was Macintosh, the Apple. I also remember doing inverted color or whatever, Control Apple I or something to invert the screen color and just, go around school computers doing that. All right. Yep. So I think that's the crane we came from. I think that was the crane we were thinking about. But you know, if it offers us shots, I don't much care which crane it is. I don't know, I like that other crane better. Even though, if anything spawns at the pavilion, that would be right. At the event center, at the court. I don't think they'll spawn even that far away. They should, but it's not rendering. I mean, it's not, you know, detailing the texture this far away, so I don't think it spawns puppets that far away either. Oh, is this? Looks like a big barn or something. I didn't spawn there, but what's the chance that they hear me? You hear something. I don't know, I don't like this crane. Is that the graveyard? City graveyard? The grave plot? Not anymore. Just let's go back to the other crane. It's a lame crane. Back we go. Well, maybe the police station roof would be a better place to snipe from. Nah, crane. We can take the AK, the AKM to the police station roof. Those distances are short enough. We need a real vantage point for a real man's rifle. Oh, hey there. You. Oh, he's probably already dead. Yeah, he was dead. Poor dude. Don't worry, I got you. I got you, buddy boy. I mean, I act like any of these things will blow up when I shoot them. I mean, the gas pumps. But, you know. Andrew didn't make that mistake. He didn't check the gas pumps. He didn't make sure, whatever. I don't even remember what the movie was called I'm referencing. Something about psychic kids. Yeah, I don't remember. These things' footsteps are way too quiet for how fast they're running. That's another thing. The puppet sounds just seem to be lacking. I haven't really heard anything in multiplayer, but I'm guessing that they made sure that the player footstep sounds were definitely loud enough for them to be heard. Or else people would be rioting. The entire player base, the scum player base, would rise up. They're passionate gamers. Whew. Okay. But that is the kind of action I'm talking about. Giving our guns a workout. plan was to have a nice day on the crane, finish off some videos of the playlist. Well, we got like an hour or something worth of material left, maybe 2. Then I don't know. Yeah, this was what I wanted to say. Compass and Cavern by Stargazer, or Stargazer by Compass and Cavern. Either one. There are 2 songs on this station going by that same name. And I think it's that other one that's, you know, a rock song. Talking about how he's feeling older and the world is a little colder. The world's getting colder. Something's trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. Yeah, that song, that's probably Stargazer, and this is, I don't know, something else, but I don't know, they got some music labeling issues. It's fine, though. We're having fun. You better not be, holding out on me with these puppet spawns. Well, I see one, that's promising. Even when a body... Well, we've established that the body shot isn't exactly safe. So, you know. Yeah, we got a raincoat, we'll be fine. It's looking like we're gonna have to be getting creative when we want to waste this 208 because, well, 308. Dang it! Now I'm getting 22 and 308 mixed up because it doesn't seem to want to spawn anything for us when we're up here. Like last time, they just couldn't stop spawning around like that area, right? Sometimes the supermarket, but now it's just like it's being stingy with its spawners. Until we start moving on the ground. We have to use our 1911. Well, don't have to. Let's take a little break and fill up our drum. Replace this drum. Have some fun. Have some fun replacing the drum. This ammo is all around, from around the same time. Alright. Got light. Now we, wait, I guess. See if it'll spawn anything for us. Otherwise, we're probably gonna have to get creative. Because we're gonna be moving on foot from now on through the city. Doesn't like us being up here. It's like, why are you so rude? I have plenty of puppets to spawn on ground where they can reach you, and you want to be up here where they can't reach you. That is rude. Get down. Get down from there. Get down from there, boy. That's how all AIs sound. You can't convince me otherwise. That's the future of AI. Yep. Okay, whatever. Wait, what is that? Yeah, they're down. They're down. Was all it took, a little ladder crime. Now they start. Nah, I don't think they start. Okay. Okay, so, where do your ancestors come from? Massaman's ultimate map of human migration. I mean, I guess.
I guess it really is a small world. I guess it really is a small world after all. In my last video, I discussed how technically there are various land masses around the world with native inhabitants who generally inhabit areas extremely disparate from these new lands that they settled in, which were previously completely untouched by human hands, such as ancient Austronesians from Indonesia settling in Madagascar, the largest island in Africa, or Quakers settling in some remote islands in Colombia, or the Dutch settling in islands all the way across the world in the Indian Ocean. However, this is rather uncommon on the world stage, considering that Homo sapiens proper have been inhabiting most of Eurasia for many tens of thousands of years, and demographic fluctuation has always been the one constant throughout human history. And when you're talking about layers upon layers upon layers of migration, replacement, intermixing, divergence, things start to become extremely convoluted and almost impossible to thoroughly map out or quantify. I've seen many simple maps of human migration throughout history, and some of them are more detailed than others. Some only concern the movement of haplogroups, and these are all really great resources, but none were quite as detailed as I would have liked. And similar to my ethno-racial maps of the world from the past couple years, because I couldn't find any map that truly satisfied me, I decided to create my own. So, just as with the emergence and evolution of different species...
I've already heard this video. And it's, not very easy to listen to, right? I don't think so. It's not very important anyways. We were about physics and biology, and now it's like, oh, just a map of human life. Who cares, man? Next. It's where did dark matter and energy come from the history of the universe. That sounds much more interesting.
In the early 1990s, two teams of astronomers had set out to measure just what the universe was made of. These two teams, known as the High-Z Supernova Search Team and the Supernova Cosmology Project, brought together astronomers from around the globe with the goal of charting cosmic expansion over the life of the universe. The astronomers expected the presence of all the matter and radiation in the universe to act like a drag on the expansion, steadily slowing it as the cosmos aged. By measuring this deceleration, all the matter and energy that make up the universe would be revealed. These international collaborations called on the world's mightiest telescopes, such as the 8-meter Keck telescope in Hawaii and orbiting Hubble Space Telescope, to scour the sky. Their target was supernovae, acting as beacons of the distant cosmos, whose brightness as measured through our telescopes revealed how the universe had expanded as their light travelled for billions of years. But the astronomers were in for a shock. Our universe is not slowing down. It is speeding up. After repeatedly searching for flaws in their observations and checking their calculations, they presented their conclusions to a startled world. And to account for this accelerated expansion, there was something else in the universe, something unexpected, driving the cosmos faster and faster. And whilst there must be immense quantities of this stuff for the effect to take place, it remained and remains totally invisible to our telescopes. Whatever is out there, between the stars and galaxies accelerating the expansion, it is truly dark. This result netted the leaders of the experiment, Brian Schmidt, Saul Perlmutter, and Adam Rees, the 2011 Nobel Prize in Physics. And this discovery of dark energy came at the end of a tumultuous century. Astronomers had discovered that our sun was an ordinary star in an ordinary galaxy, nowhere in particular in an expanding universe. More shocking was the revelation that, in terms of matter, all the atoms in all the stars in all the galaxies are little more than cosmic bit players. All the matter we can see appeared to be dwarfed by huge quantities of unseen matter, revealed only by its gravitational pull. And as 1998 dawned, we realized that even this dark matter was significantly outweighed by the presence of the newly discovered dark energy. Two vast components of the cosmos, unseeable and for millennia undetectable. It is currently the biggest question in cosmology. What are these new components of our universe? How do they work? And where did they come from? This video is sponsored by Magellan TV. Question: out of the 100 billion planets in the Milky Way, how many could have the potential ingredients?
Just
On the
skip that little
29th
ad
of
read.
May 1919, a total eclipse of the Sun passed over the southern Atlantic. Two expeditions headed by British astronomers Arthur Eddington and Frank Dyson set off to observe this phenomenon. One team headed to Brazil, the other to West Africa. The expeditions were beset by problems, from faulty instruments to weather that refused to cooperate. On the island of Principe, off the coast of Africa, the eclipse was due at 2 in the afternoon. But throughout the morning, Eddington had sat in the pouring rain, the sun not peeking from behind the grey until half an hour before the eclipse. Clouds continued to cross the sky even as it darkened. Eddington busied himself changing photographic plates in the telescope, only glancing momentarily at one of nature's most spectacular sights. Would the observation be a lost cause? Would all this effort be a waste of time? A few days later, Eddington had his answer. And our picture of the universe changed forever. The headline in the New York Times proclaimed "Lights all askew in the heavens," and the little-known Albert Einstein became the most famous scientist in the world. 4 years earlier, during the turbulent years of the First World War, Einstein had published his general theory of relativity. The culmination of a decade's hard work, relativity gave us a new picture of gravity, replacing Newton's forces with malleable space-time. During the war years, relativity was an academic curiosity, but with peace restored, scientists had set out to test the predictions of this new scientific theory. Their goal had been to measure the locations of background stars, whose light passed close to the edge of the sun, stars that would be visible when the immense glare of the sun was dimmed during an eclipse. If Einstein was correct, the gravity of the sun should act like a lens, gently deflecting the starlight from its straight-line path. And on the photographic plates obtained in Brazil and Africa, the stars had shifted by the predicted amount. Einstein's theory had triumphed. Whilst the result made him a star, Einstein thought that this gravitational lensing had little practical consequence. Stars were simply not massive enough to use as natural telescopes to magnify the distant universe. Nothing could be. There was nothing in the universe with enough mass to have such an effect. Or at least, as far as he knew. In the 1930s, astronomer Fritz Zwicky was working at the California Institute of Technology. Zwicky was a brilliant scientist with a prickly personality. Combining geometry and profanity, he referred to his enemies as spherical bastards, implying they were a bastard no matter which way you looked at them. But as an original thinker, Zwicky's mind roamed through the mysteries of the universe. He coined the word supernova to describe immense stellar explosions, and realized a superdense remnant known as a neutron star would be left in the ashes. And in 1933, Fritz Zwicky was focusing on the Coma cluster. Located 300 million light-years away, Coma is immense and home to thousands of individual galaxies. This was barely a decade after the realization that the Milky Way was not alone in the universe, and numerous other galaxies exist, scattered throughout the cosmos. Zwicky reasoned that the individual galaxies in Coma were held in their orbits by the gravitational pull of all the other galaxies around it. He realized that by measuring the galactic speeds, he could determine just how much mass was in the Coma cluster, providing a new way of weighing the galaxies. But instead, what Zwicky found was a big problem. The galaxies in the Coma cluster were moving far too fast. With only the gravitational effect of the galaxies in play, each galaxy in Coma should have been travelling sedately in its orbit. With immense speeds of almost 1,000 kilometers per second, Coma should have been tearing itself apart. It was clear significantly more gravity was needed to hold Coma together. What was the source of this extra gravity? With nothing obvious, Zwicky concluded that there must be dunkel materie, dark matter, gravitationally binding the Coma cluster. And there had to be a lot more dark matter than the stars we can see. Zwicky's realization that much of the mass in the universe is dark was startling. Questions immediately sprung to mind. How much is there? What is it made from? And how can we measure it? Zwicky's discovery should have set the astronomy world on fire. But instead, there was silence. Possibly because of his brusque style, this notion of dark matter lay buried in the pages of scientific journals. And for the next few decades, astronomers had a new focus: measuring the expansion speed of the universe. By the 1970s, there were new technological advances, large telescopes and sensitive instruments for observing the heavens. And with these, a new generation of astronomers was asking new questions about the universe. For Vera Rubin, the target was large spiral galaxies similar to our own Milky Way. Working with her collaborator, Kent Fort, Rubin wanted to understand how these galaxies spin. She had entered astronomy when it was essentially a male-only activity, and she encountered resistance throughout her career, including a lack of female bathrooms in the telescopes she used. But this didn't stop her, as she undertook meticulous observations of the rotation speeds of spiral galaxies. The expectation was that these galaxies were like the solar system, with most of the mass concentrated towards the center. Just like the planets, the speeds of stars in the spiral disk were expected to fall as gravity gets weaker towards the edge. But this was not what Rubin found. The rotation speed of stars did not diminish, but remained roughly the same all the way to the edge of the galaxies. Just like Zwicky, Rubin was left with a gravitational puzzle. What was the source of gravity needed to keep the stars moving at their unexpected speeds? Zwicky's dark matter was back in the spotlight. It was becoming clear that what we could see with our telescopes, the myriads of stars and clouds of gas, were nothing but minor cosmic players. Astronomers were faced with a stark question: is there an entire shadow universe of dark matter out there? The evidence was growing, and it was now they turned to Einstein's seemingly inconsequential theoretical prediction made more than half a century before. They turned to gravitational lensing. Indeed, Zwicky had suspected this also years before. He had reasoned that with the extra dark matter, galaxies and clusters of galaxies would be powerful gravitational lenses. But it took until the 1960s for scientists to really come to grips with this concept and find a point of energy staggeringly huge enough to properly observe. Quasars. Appearing as little more than points of light through the most powerful telescopes, they shine with the brightness of more than 100 trillion stars. It was realized that quasars were powered by supermassive black holes. The gravitational pull of these black holes accelerates in-falling material to close to light speed. As it swirls into the inner regions, matter crashes together, heating it to immense temperatures. And it is this accreting disk of matter that glows so brightly. And with this immense brightness, astronomers could spot quasars at incredible distances, many billions of light years from Earth. By the 1970s, with their observational approaches honed, finding quasars was routine. Then, in 1979, one quasar, uninspiringly labelled Q0957 plus 561, provided a puzzle. Astronomers realized that this appeared to be two quasars very close to each other in the sky. This is not too unusual. but it was found that these two quasars appeared to be identical. The astronomers realized that they were seeing double, a gravitational mirage. Between us and the quasar sits a massive galaxy, and its gravity distorts our view, producing two separate images of the single object. Zwicky was right again, and more than 80 years since it was first observed under the clear skies of Africa and Brazil, gravitational lensing had found its purpose. In the decades that followed, thousands of gravitational lenses have been discovered. Many of these are due to individual galaxies, but the most spectacular are produced by the immense gravity of gravity clusters. Distant galaxies that would be too faint to see in our telescopes are magnified by these cluster lenses, appearing as immense arcs. Every instance of gravitational lensing provides an opportunity to measure how much mass is present, by measuring the distortion. And the conclusion is always the same. There is a lot more mass than that visible as stars and gas. In fact, most of the matter in our universe is completely dark. But it wasn't just gravitational lenses that revealed the ubiquitous presence of dark matter. Everywhere astronomers looked, dark matter was needed to explain their observations. From immense flows of galaxies through the universe, to the presence of gas in galaxy clusters that had been gravitationally squeezed by dark matter was everywhere, and it dominated the gravitational pulls of the cosmos. Finally, we came to realize that it had shaped our universe. Looking up at the night sky, the black is filled with stars. Some form patterns. For millennia, humanity has interpreted shapes from these arrangements, creating meaning from their placement. From the ancient Egyptians to the Inca, these constellations have captured our imaginations. But behind these simple patterns lurk complex, incomprehensibly huge clusters. Many billions of light years away, many billions of light years across, with many billions of stars and galaxies within them. The Great Wall, the Giant Arc, and indeed, where we live, Laniakea. And so, it was in the 1970s that astronomers started to chart the locations of galaxies. They began to create an atlas of the universe. The idea was simple. A measurement of cosmic speed due to the expansion of the universe reveals a galaxy's distance. But this meant collecting and analysing the light from many individual galaxies, a laborious task. Dedicated programs were established to measure galaxy light, with one of the first being the CFA Redshift Survey, based at Harvard's University Center for Astrophysics. And, as measurements were gathered, the structure of the universe was revealed. It was clear galaxies were part of a cosmic web, with individual clusters linked with filaments. Embedded in this structure were huge empty regions, known as voids, giving the universe a sponge-like appearance. By the mid-1990s, two astronomers, John Huchra and Margaret Geller, had analysed the light of 18,000 galaxies. They labelled immense structures such as the Great Wall and the Stickman, each composed of thousands. More modern surveys of galaxies, including the 2DF Galaxy Redshift Survey and Sloan Digital Sky Survey, have mapped more than 1 million, revealing clusters, filaments, and voids throughout the universe. But this raised a question. Where did all this cosmic structure come from? Astronomers knew that the fiery birth of the universe in the Big Bang left it featureless, The hydrogen and helium forged in the first few minutes was smoothly spread through the cosmos, but underlying this was dark matter. For, in the time before the first stars, when the cosmos was truly dark, dark matter was starting to stir. In the beginning, the matter in the universe wasn't perfectly smooth. A burst of expansion, known as inflation, in the earliest moments had written very slight ripples in the universe. Some places in the early universe were slightly more dense than others. Other places were less dense. And even though these density differences were tiny, they were enough for gravity to do its work. And this gravity from very slight overdensities started pulling material in. Matter began to flow, and hydrogen and helium gas came along for the ride. After 100 million years, densities grew and gas pooled. Chunks of hydrogen and helium fragmented out of the clouds. From this cooling and collapsing gas, the first stars were born. And in the universe, again, there was light. Forming in the dense knots of dark matter, these infant stars lit up the sites of the first galaxies. Over the billions of years that followed, dark matter drew in more mass, with growing quantities of dark matter accompanied by more stars and gas. And so, 14 billion years after the birth of the universe, these fully formed galaxies sit at the hearts of immense halos of dark matter. Unraveling the process of galaxy evolution is complex. Astronomers need to understand the ebb and flow of gas, the life cycles of stars, and the formation of black holes. Combining all this physics is difficult, so astronomers turn to supercomputers to solve the highly coupled non-linear equations. It is now routine for astronomers to generate synthetic universes, watching the interplay of the numerous processes that have shaped our cosmos. The resultant insights are astounding and beautiful, watching galaxies emerge from the early cosmic fog. And quite clearly, the dominant factor is dark matter, providing the framework against which galaxies can evolve. Without it, it would have been extremely difficult for stars and galaxies to begin to form. Astronomers realized that dark matter had to have some particular properties to build cosmic structure. As well as its gravitational influence, they realized that matter must move relatively sluggishly through the universe, as too much speed would make it disperse rather than clump. They called it cold dark matter, with the cold referring to its slow speed. And so, dark matter clearly played a huge role in the development of complexity in the universe. But one huge question remained. Just what is it? In 1930, Wolfgang Pauli was faced with a problem. Radioactivity had been studied for several decades, but one kind of particle decay was behaving strangely. This beta decay appeared to be relatively simple, with an atomic nucleus spitting out an electron, or its antimatter cousin, the positron. But for a collection of identical atomic nuclei, the particles that got spat out had different properties. Some sped away at high speed, others moved more slowly. This meant that some had high energies, whilst others had lower energies. How could this be? The conservation of energy demanded that each of these ejected particles should have the same speed. Pauli wondered if the conservation of energy was being broken, a distressing conclusion he couldn't stomach. Instead, he suggested another thing is also spat out during beta decay, another particle that carried away the seemingly missing energy. Named the neutrino, this purely hypothetical particle had some peculiar properties. The fact that it did not collide with atoms told us it wasn't a photon, the particle of light. It was something else, something different. It wasn't until the 1950s that Pauli's hypothetical particle was finally detected in sensitive experiments set up next to nuclear reactors, a prestigious source of neutrinos. Astronomers realized that the universe was full of neutrinos, most produced in the frenetic nuclear reactions in the earliest epoch of the universe. Given that they barely interact with matter, it was suggested that these neutrinos could be the dark matter. But as experiments improved, it was realized that neutrinos are just too minuscule and too fast to account for dark matter's gravitational dominance. Physicists would have to continue the search. What else could be dark enough to be dark matter? What else could be massive enough? One possibility was quickly ruled out. Dark matter could not be made of atoms. It is possible to hide atomic matter, making it dark by cooling it so that it doesn't emit any energy. We could imagine dark matter in the form of superchilled clouds of hydrogen between the stars. But the cooking of elements during the Big Bang puts strong limits on how much atomic matter there can be. And it's simply not enough to account for all that is needed. Another obvious candidate is black holes. These are clearly dark, being the ultimate trap for light, and we will only feel their presence through their gravitational attraction. Possibly, these black holes were born in cracks in space-time, defects that existed in the first moments of the Big Bang. Huge numbers of these primordial black holes could course between the stars. But, as Einstein realized, the gravitational pull of each black hole would make it behave like a gravitational lens, distorting and focusing light of the more distant universe. As a black hole passes directly in front of a more distant star, the resulting magnification would, for a period of around a month, make the star appear brighter. Even if all dark matter were in the form of black holes, the chances of such a passage is exceedingly small. However, in the 1990s, astronomers were searching for these rare brightening events. But after more than a decade of hunting for the gravitational microlensing, the result was disappointment. Dark matter cannot be composed of black holes. Whilst astronomers were gazing skyward, particle physics were hunting for dark matter in the world of the subatomic. Through the course of the 20th century, they had unraveled the fundamental nature of matter, finding the particles from which mass and forces are constructed, comprised of quarks and leptons, photons and gluons, as well as the more esoteric W and Z bosons. This zoo of particles was rounded off in 2012 with the discovery of the Higgs boson. This standard model of particle physics has proved to be a great success. It accurately accounts for the tumult of particles pouring out of the immense collisions at the Large Hadron Collider and other particle physics experiments. Despite this, we know it must be incomplete. Missing from the standard model of particle physics are at least two key aspects of the universe. It can account for the strong and weak nuclear forces and electromagnetism, but gravity is still resisting being added to the quantum world. And also missing is dark matter. Nowhere in the possible particles is there an obvious place for dark matter to be hiding. Knowing the mathematics of the standard model must be incomplete is a potential goldmine for theoretical physicists. They can explore how the mathematics can be unfolded and extended, and every new addition to the standard model adds room for candidates for dark matter. But just like there are many directions you can wander off from a single point, there are many potential paths you can take when extending mathematical ideas. One of the promising ideas was proposed in the 1970s, just as the mathematics of the standard model was crystallizing. The key problem was the strong force, the force responsible for binding quarks into protons and neutrons, and gluing protons and neutrons together in atomic nuclei. As originally derived, the mathematics allowed the strong force to break a possible symmetry in the universe, something known as charge parity violation. But all experiments appeared to show the strong force was well behaved, refusing to break the symmetry. The mathematics needed an extension known as the Pache-Quinn mechanism to shore up the symmetry. And it was the presence of this mechanism that implied the existence of a new member of the zoo of fundamental particles. Nobel Prize winner Frank Wilczek dubbed this new particle the axion, taking the name from a popular washing detergent as it cleaned up several problems in physics. Whilst these axions hypothetically individually possess a tiny amount of mass, they would be extremely numerous and would only interact with atomic matter very rarely. It appeared to be an ideal dark matter candidate. But, to date, not a single axion has been detected in the uncountable number of high-energy collisions at the Large Hadron Collider. It remains a contender. Other approaches to extending the standard model of particle physics have yielded other possibilities for dark matter. Supersymmetry doubles the particle zoo. As well as electrons and quarks, there are selectrons and squarks. There are also photinos, winos, and xenos. Perhaps hidden within this larger family is the sought-after dark matter. Different mathematical ideas have sterile neutrinos, massive cousins of those that we know, or possibly hooperons, or cueballs, or the latent Higgs field, or asymmetric dark matter. The problem remains that physicists have a shopping list of possible candidates, but as yet, no experimental result suggests that we are even on the right path to understanding what dark matter is. Finally, in their quest, some particle physicists have joined with the astronomers to look back to the heavens. Several of the mathematical ideas for dark matter suggest that it might self-annihilate, in the same way that an electron and positron can collide and transform into two photons. And if it does self-annihilate, then perhaps we can detect the high-energy radiation that would be emitted. Telescopes are currently trained on the locations where we think dark matter density would be the highest. And there is a potential signal, an unexpected glow of high-energy gamma rays from the galactic center. It is still not clear whether these are from mundane astrophysical sources or possibly could reveal the discovery of dark matter. And only time will tell. Though the question still lingered on at the frontier of cosmology, at the end of the 1990s, clear progress was being made, with many possibilities opening up. The composition of the universe was getting a little less blurry. And then, as sometimes happens in physics, a result came along that totally upended what had come before. We opened this story with the discovery of the other dark component, dark energy, in the closing years of the 20th century. As the shock of this discovery subsided, questions began to grow. Just what was this new, dark, mysterious stuff of the universe? Whilst dark energy sat at the bleeding edge of modern physics, it was realized that its story was much older. And so, we return to Einstein. With his general theory of relativity in hand, he wanted to deduce the equations that govern the dynamics of the universe. But something wasn't right. Einstein felt that the universe was static and unchanging, the same now as it had always been. His equations, however, presented a different picture, that the universe should be a dynamic place, changing and evolving. Perplexed by this, he explored his equations, wondering if he'd missed something. He realized that there was a term which could act like an anti-gravity, and as there seemed to be little evidence for anti-gravity, he assumed it was zero. But he still wondered, what if it wasn't? Through this, he found a remarkable effect, that he could get this anti-gravity to counter the dynamic nature of his equations and make his model universe static. And after introducing this cosmological constant, and being pleased with himself, he told the world. But not all the world agreed, especially the Russian physicist Alexander Friedman. He held no favoritism for a static and unchanging universe, pointing out to Einstein that the notion of a dynamic and expanding universe is much more likely. Initially, Einstein objected to Friedman's conclusion, but eventually was convinced. And so, he threw this cosmological constant into the scientific waste bin. He later, supposedly, called it his biggest blunder. and this dismissal meant that no one considered the notion of a cosmological constant for many decades. And whilst these theorists were grappling with the mathematics of an expanding universe, astronomers were charting the heavens. At the Mount Wilson Observatory, Edwin Hubble was using the world's largest telescope, the 100-inch Hooker, to measure the distance to galaxies. Hubble's goal was to identify particular stars, known as Cepheids. As he could calculate their true brightness, these standard candles revealed the distance to their host galaxies. Hubble combined his galactic distances with galactic speeds, measured with Doppler shift, and found something quite peculiar. The more distant the galaxy, the faster it was moving. And other than the closest galaxies, all were moving away. Whilst he didn't realize it, Hubble had discovered conclusive proof. The universe was expanding. And over the remainder of the 20th century, astronomers have refined Hubble's observations. Huge observing programs were organized to chart the universe, measuring the distances and velocities of many thousands of galaxies. The goal was a single number, known as Hubble's constant, which was a measure of the rate of universal expansion. And this brings us back to the very beginning of our story. Modern surveys of the heavens, with supernovae acting as standard candles, finally revealed that this universal expansion is accelerating. And so, again, we are left to ask the question, what is the dark element of the cosmos causing this effect? To begin with, it cannot be matter or radiation, as these slow down expansion. To speed up expansion, something else is needed, something that seems like an anti-gravity. Astronomers called this mysterious stuff dark energy. But in reality, Einstein's cosmological constant was back. The existence of dark energy was not the only surprise. When the cosmic accounting was completed, astronomers realized that all the atomic matter, the stars, the planets, the immense gas clouds and galaxies, comprised less than 5% of the universe. Dark matter, the scaffolding of the cosmos, is about 25%. Dark energy made up the remainder, 70% of the universe. Many physicists were baffled. Why is the universe completely dominated by this mystery stuff? And in the 2 decades since its discovery, the evidence for the existence of dark energy has become overwhelming. Its presence is written into the distributions of galaxies spread over billions of light years. It is also written into the cosmic microwave background, the radiation left over from the fiery start of the universe. And it has seemingly bizarre properties. As the universe expands, matter and radiation thin out. Dark energy, however, appears to remain constant. This means that in the early universe, matter and radiation dominated, and the presence of dark energy had no impact. But about 5 billion years ago, the tables were turned. Matter had thinned out to the point where dark energy became dominant, and the acceleration of cosmic expansion began in earnest. This accelerated expansion dilutes matter even faster, meaning the future universe will be completely dominated by dark energy. In about 100 billion years, this expansion will have carried all galaxies outside of our local group beyond our cosmic horizon. Eventually, the universe will again return to darkness. In quantum mechanics, empty space is not truly empty. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle allows energy to fluctuate in and out of existence on tiny scales. This quantum nature of the vacuum provides empty space with a tension that can be measured in experiments. And whilst our cosmological equations offer few clues to the nature of dark energy, it can tell us something. Unlike normal gas that possesses an outward pushing pressure, dark energy has a tension that pulls. And there is one thing in nature that possesses this similar tension: the quantum vacuum. But problems begin when physicists try to calculate just how much energy there is in such a fluctuating vacuum, as their answer is simply ridiculous. The mismatch between their mathematics and the amount of energy observed in dark energy differ by an immense factor of 10 to the power of 120.
Anywhere
Some
but the
have
head
called
blows
this
them
the worst prediction in all of physics. But it signals that if the vacuum is responsible for dark energy, we have a lot to learn about its true properties. And that is just one suggestion. Indeed, with so little in terms of observational evidence, proposing ideas for the nature of dark energy has become a theoretical playground. Various fields have been proposed, some aloof, sitting in the background of the universe and doing their own thing. Others have wondered whether dark energy is related to the other bout of accelerated expansion in the life of our universe. The epoch of inflation is thought to have taken place when the universe was about 10 to the minus 35 seconds old. The driving force behind inflation was another mysterious and hypothetical field, the inflaton. Could dark energy be a resurgence of the inflaton? The best we can say is maybe. Of course, there is one other invisible element controlling the cosmos, so the question has been asked: are dark energy and dark matter related? Again, physicists can derive mathematical models where there are interactions in the dark sector, where dark matter and dark energy possess a common origin. In fact, the dark sector could potentially host its own physics as rich as those in the atomic world. But with the limited observational evidence, we are again stuck in the world of theory. Clearly, more observations and measurements are required. A whole host of experiments are underway, with many more planned for the immense telescopes that are currently making their way from drawing board to reality. In Chile, the 8.4-meter telescope at the Vera Rubin Observatory will turn its eye to the sky in 2022. The 40-meter European Extremely Large Telescope, also in Chile, will have its first light in 2024. The key goals of these and other telescopes is to uncover the mysteries of dark matter and dark energy. This includes searching for the signs that dark energy might not be exactly Einstein's cosmological constant. Perhaps dark energy has evolved and changed over the billions of years of the universe. Maybe it has decayed into matter and radiation. These would provide new clues to the true nature of dark energy and open new avenues of research to unravel its physics. However, as of today, all observations suggest that dark energy appears to be precisely Einstein's cosmological constant, unchanging over the life of the universe. But this sends a shiver down the spine of cosmologists, as it might mean that the cosmological constant is uncrackable. Just a part of the universe, a fundamental property of space, without an origin to understand. Going even further, for some, failure to fathom the nature of dark matter and dark energy represents a failure of the fundamental laws of physics. They argue, instead of hunting the heavens and particle accelerators for physical substances, perhaps we should look closely at our cherished theories. For example, what if gravity is only approximated by Einstein's theory of relativity, and the truth has yet to be discovered?
It's high stakes now. They got a saw in the... Well, I had called this place the shower. I was about to call this place the showers, but it's a locker room. But speaking of... See, this is a nice place you can post up for a death match. Why isn't the sports stadium an arena? Anyways, yeah, it's just a locker room. It's not the showers. I was gonna call it the showers. I was like, what? Yeah, no. They're just a lock. But either way, why was there a saw in the locker? That's one of the greatest unanswered questions of the universe. Fuck this dark matter shit. Dark matter, dark energy, who cares? Where did that metal saw come from?
This could mean that gravity behaves strangely on large scales, not simply getting weaker. This too could account for the rotation curves of galaxies, the gravitational lensing of light, and the accelerated expansion without the need of a physical dark matter or dark energy. But as yet, all contenders have failed to match the success of Einstein's mathematics in explaining the universe. The search continues. And so, today, our universe is completely dominated by its dark side. And in truth, it remains mysterious. If dark matter and dark energy are physical things, we need to determine their true properties to understand their place in the universe. Without these, questions like where they arose in cosmic history and how they impact the fundamental nature of the cosmos will remain difficult, if not impossible, to answer. But if the dark side is only a mirage due to the limits of our physical theories, then an even bigger upheaval to our understanding is on the cards. Until then, the dark side of the universe holds the keys, and it is holding them tightly.
I think we should just fire one shot to attract him. Yeah, I could have got a hit with that. Oh, they chained. That's great. Jesus Christ. Jeez. Freaking horde spawned. It's pretty exciting. I wish this was like the difficulty of the base game though. Like you could turn it up even farther than that. Like there are just, you know, random spawning Zambo encounters, puppet encounters. Like the higher your fame points, the more zombies and puppets gets introduced to the area, right? And also, you know, NPCs that can fire at you. like hit squads. If you linger in an area too long, Tech 1 sends armed people after you. Just to make things more exciting. Or maybe armed puppets, like very special upgraded puppets that have, control over guns and don't just run at you. But they still have bad aim because, they're kind of dead. And they're reanimated. They get the special BCUs. I don't know. Let's see if that was like his last line in the video. Yeah, sure. Let's just move on before he starts thanking us or something. So now this is Tim Mouden. Ontological clarity, electromagnetism, and the Aharonov bomb effect. Tim Mouden. He's a philosopher. And then the last video. What is mathematics? Okay.
Okay, I'd like to
All right, Tim, tell us.
thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a very interesting venue. This is going to be a sudden grinding change of gears from everything that's happened so far.
It's a bit loud.
You'll see this has quite a different character. And I'll make some probably very
There we go.
contentious claims,
I think
and
that's
hopefully
better.
we'll have some time to talk about them. So let me go to the beginning. What is physics after all? Which turns out to be a much more contentious question than it ought to be. It used to be, when I was a sprat, that you'd hear things like this, that physics is the theory of matter in motion, which gives you a nice flavor for the thing. It tells you it's awfully universal. It tells you that all biological systems are also physical systems because whatever else they are, they're matter in motion and so on. But you could object to it. You might say that it's not really clear that everything that's physical should count as matter. Things you think of as physically real are, suppose you believe there are quantum states. So I mean, I said quantum mechanical wave functions there, but quantum states, something that corresponds to the wave function, are real. Do you want to say they're material? The word matter is a little vague here. And it's not quite clear that the only things these entities do is move. So if you were Democritus and you thought all there were shaped atoms bouncing around in the void, you're pretty well covered with this definition. But you might say there are changes that don't really count as motions. So you could update this thing a little bit to be a little safer, that physics is the theory of what space-time, entities in space-time, which is what Bell would call the local beables of the theory, and entities that interact with them are, and what they do. So the main bumper sticker is physics should tell you what there is and what it does. Now, what we practice, as everybody now knows at the end of today, is mathematical physics. So what's that? It's physics that uses mathematical structures as representations for physical entities and physical states. I take that to be a fairly uncontentious definition. It's really important to think about this a lot. That is, the role of mathematics in physics is the medium of representation, the way that natural language is the medium of representation in novel writing. Or in history, to be, hopefully we're doing something more than writing novels. So say if I'm a historian. And the problem here, and this is an absolutely endemic problem to try and even talk about these issues, is that systematically the language has been run together. The language describing the mathematical objects, which are abstract, and the language that's supposed to be about the physical things, which are not abstract. So for example, I'm going to give you 3 sentences which I think anyone who knows this kind of stuff could hear and not feel at all worried about any of the 3 sentences. So you're looking at an experiment and you say, the electron reacted to the electric potential. And then someone says, hey, what is a electric potential anyway? And they say, the electric potential, that's a scalar field. And being an annoying person, they say, what's a scalar field? And you say, a scalar field is an assignment of real numbers to space-time points. And then you sort of run those 3 together and you say, wait a minute, the electron just moved because it interacted with an assignment of numbers to space-time points. And that's not right. That makes no sense at all. Nothing is going to get deflected by an assignment of numbers to anything. So what's the problem here, right? This is the kind of thing, as a philosopher, your ear becomes very highly attuned to. The term scalar field is so ambiguous between the mathematical thing, which is an assignment, it's a function, right? It's an assignment of numbers to something, and to scalars, right, which are numbers to something, and the thing it's supposed to represent, which is presumably not an assignment of numbers to anything, that I don't know what scalar field means, right? I can't say that one of those meanings dominates over the other. This happens, by the way, in spades in quantum mechanics with the wave function. People ask, is the wave function real? And again, you have 2 things. You have a function, which is obvious.
Yeah, we'll just back it up. I got a BRB. Just a, Okay, so Tim was talking about how they physicists are smoking crack. They're getting lost in the sauce. They're getting too much into math, thinking too much with math. Anyways, let's go back to the 4-minute mark. Okay.
And then someone says, hey, what is a electric potential anyway? And they say, the electric potential, that's a scalar field. And being an annoying person, they say, what's a scalar field? And you say, a scalar field is an assignment of real numbers to space-time points. And then you sort of run those three together and you say, wait a minute, the electron just moved because it interacted with an assignment of numbers to space-time points. And that's not right. That makes no sense at all. Nothing is going to get deflected by an assignment of numbers to anything. So what's the problem here, right? This is the kind of thing, as a philosopher, your ear becomes very highly attuned to. The term scalar field is so ambiguous between the mathematical thing, which is an assignment, it's a function, right? It's an assignment of numbers to something, and to scalars, right, which are numbers to something, and the thing it's supposed to represent, which is presumably not an assignment of numbers to anything, that I don't know what scalar field means, right? I can't say that one of those meanings dominates over the other. This happens, by the way, in spades in quantum mechanics with the wave function. People ask, is the wave function real? And again, you have two things. You have a function, which is obviously a mathematical thing that we call the wave function. And then there's an open question whether there's a physical thing that it is supposed to represent. I prefer to call that the quantum state. So often the discussion about is the wave function real, in my terminology, you have a perfectly good question like, is there a quantum state after all? But if you're using the word ambiguously between the math and the thing the math is supposed to represent, the conversations can easily become very confused. What's the structure, according to me, and man, is this an unpopular definition, of a proper physical theory? It should be a clear, and if we want a clear and unambiguous physical theory, is not simply a mathematical formalism, right? A piece of mathematics is, whatever it is a piece of mathematics. And that's it. It's not a physical theory of anything. If I give you a mathematical formalism and I add to it rules that tell you how to use it to make predictions, that also, according to me, is not a physical theory. It's a kind of prediction-making recipe. And it may be good, it may work well, it may work poorly. If you think about the Osiander's preface to De Revolutionibus, when he's sort of presenting the Copernican theory, he was very explicitly being instrumentalist about that theory, saying, do not take it seriously, right? Don't think that I'm giving you a story about what's really going on. I'm giving you a way to calculate, make predictions in positional astronomy. It may be simpler and more accurate than the one you've been using. I am not saying the Earth is actually rotating on its axis. I am not saying that the Earth is actually orbiting the sun. Of course, Copernicus was saying exactly that, but Osiander was trying to keep him out of trouble. That's what it is to be an instrumentalist about a theory. But Copernicus really had a theory, right? The theory was not just the predictive apparatus. What was the theory? Well, the theory, the Copernican theory, gives you as clear as you can, precise physical theory is a mathematical formalism together with what I'll call a commentary on the formalism. And what's in the commentary? So I'm going to make a little suggestion here, which no one is ever going to adopt, but I'll show you why it might be a useful suggestion, about how to put the commentary on the mathematical formalism into what I would call a canonical form. Just a structure that you can take any physical theory you want to talk about, any theory of mathematical physics you want to talk about, and just put the commentary on it into this structure, and it helps make clear what the theory really is. So what's the commentary supposed to do? It's supposed to specify, first of all, the fundamental non-derivative ontology of the theory. Okay? So that is, what does the theory postulate to exist? And it's not an accident that John Bell invented the word beable, which is just the Anglicization of ontology, right? Ta onta are the things that exist. And so he took be, right, the things that are. So the beables, what Bell meant by the beables of the theory is just what we normally mean by the ontology of the theory. So you should tell you, what does your theory postulate to exist? This is also a bit like Detlef Durr's question, what is your theory about? When you do that, you could at the same time give a general account of what kinds of things these are. So you might make a distinction, as Bell does, between local beables and non-local beables, right? Where the local beables, in some sense, are elements that exist in small and restricted regions of space-time, and the non-local beables, if any, are things that don't. Like, if there's a quantum state, if there is a physical thing that corresponds that the wave function is representing, it's not a local thing. It should specify which of the mathematical entities that are in your formalism are going to be used to represent that fundamental ontology. At this point, you could add some purely mathematical remarks about the mathematical structure being used, and we'll have an example of that in what we're going to run through. It should contain, and this is a brand new word I just made up, a nomology, from nomos, from law, right? So just as you want the ontology is your account of what exists physically, the nomology is what is the account of the laws, the fundamental physical laws that you're postulating. There's a connection between the ontology and the nomology, which is that the laws should be stated mathematically only in those mathematical terms that you've already told us represent the fundamental ontology. And it's at this point that a bunch of the main force of Bell's against measurement and the main force of people saying there is a measurement problem arises because measurements are not fundamental physical things. They may be physical things, right? A measurement, you might say, is just a physical interaction of a certain kind. That's fine. A chair, right, is a physical thing, but it is not a fundamental physical thing. It is a composite physical thing. And so the word chair should not appear in the laws of physics. You would be in a lot of trouble if the word chair appeared in the laws of physics, because you take a chair and you start chipping away at it bit by bit, and like Theseus's boat, at some point it ceases to be a chair. But there is no particular point where that happens, and if the laws of physics depended on whether it was a chair or not, they wouldn't know what to do, right? And if the laws of physics had to know whether a measurement was being performed in order to know whether it should collapse the wave function or continue a nice linear evolution, the laws of physics will not know what to do, because there are all kinds of physical interactions that are neither obviously measurement enough like or not measurement enough like to count as measurements. That's why Bell against measurement is against, it's against the word, right? Against, quote, measurement. And not even as a bad word in itself, but not as a word that should appear, as Bell said, in a formulation of a professionally precise physics. And he had a lot of other words, microscopic, macroscopic, reversible, irreversible, a lot of words that he says are not sufficiently sharp to appear in the statement of a fundamental physical theory. Good. So if you did it this way, that you had to first tell me what you're saying exists at a fundamental level physically, and then only write the laws in terms of that stuff, you never would have had the measurement problem, because nobody ever would have attempted to write laws that had the word measurement in them. Okay. You can have in this a derivative ontology. So, as I say, if the fundamental ontology were, say, electrons and quarks and so on, but you say, gee, there's, in a certain sense, lots of things in the world that we may want to talk about that are not individual quarks and electrons, but they're somehow compositions of them or derivative from them, that's fine. You can define and explicate these derivative things. You'll see an example. I mean, this is kind of abstract, but you'll see the example I'm going to give. And you should say how the derivative ontology derives, presumably by a mathematical function from the fundamental, well, the representation of the fundamental ontology. And you can talk also, and this will be relevant for our topic here, about mathematical pseudo-entities. They're pieces of the mathematics that don't represent anything physical at all, although if you weren't being careful, you might trick yourself into thinking that they do, and you might explain what they are, why they're useful for some calculational purposes, and so on. Okay, so that's the way I think a proper physical theory should be presented. So there's a proper, more or less proper physical theory we've all seen. You can work your way backwards from the laws to the fundamental ontology, because what I said was that the laws should only mention things that are in the fundamental ontology. So if this were in canonical form, this would be okay. You could just stare at those and say, classical electromagnetic theory, what is it? Well, here are the laws, and then I can sort of analyze those and figure out what it is in a certain way that this theory is committing itself to physically. Everybody's seen this. Now, one other thing this is going to do, as we'll see, is it's going to make you reflect in ways you maybe haven't before. When you start thinking about this question, how does the mathematics represent the physics? How does that relation go? Certain questions jump out at you. All of this stuff, actually, I'm talking about today, I've never talked about this before. Well, I did a couple weeks ago, but basically I did all this work in the last 6 weeks because for the first time I was teaching a course on gauge theory, and we were just starting out with classical electromagnetic theory, and it's the first time I taught it. And everybody knows you think you understand something until you have to teach it. And then all of a sudden, like all of these huge gaping holes of ignorance that you have jump out at you, because you say, but what if the student asked that? And you say, yeah, well, that's a good question, right? All these questions came up, and this is the result of that. All right. So what would the fundamental ontology be if I took Maxwell's equations in this canonical form, which is due to Heaviside? Apparently there were 20, Maxwell wrote down 20 equations, 12 of which aren't even considered part of electromagnetic theory anymore. And it was Heaviside and some other people who gave it that canonical form. And notice, we'll talk about this too, that canonical form is written in a mathematical formalism. And you have to think, how is that formalism working? All right. So if we take those to be the nomology of the theory in canonical form, then we can just read off the mathematical representations of the fundamental ontology, and what we would get is that there is something we call the electric field that is represented by this vector field E. There is something called the magnetic field, which is represented by this vector field B. There is a charge density that's represented by a scalar field rho. There is a current density represented by a vector field J. There is a time structure that's represented by the T, and there is a spatial structure that's represented by the vector R. And that's what we have in that particular. Now, that's just Maxwell's equations. To really finish this off, as we'll see, you need like the Lorentz force law and Newton's equations. And we're going to throw those in at the end, but right now I'm just focusing on electromagnetism. Okay? So if I just stare at the mathematics, and I know at least this much about the mathematical formalism, that those are the fundamental physical things this theory is about, the math will suggest things to me. That is, it will be very natural to read the mathematics as telling me something about these physical items. And in a well-chosen mathematical representation, and you can have the same theory, what we would normally say, exactly the same theory presented in different mathematical guises, as we know. You can change the mathematical language. And each of these mathematical languages will be suggestive of a certain understanding of what the physical world that's being represented is like. And one thing that's sometimes very useful to do is just to think, can I restate this theory in another language? Can I restate it in yet another mathematical language? Can I, and this is something else I've been doing for the last 5 weeks, invent a brand new mathematical language? I won't take you into that. A brand new mathematical language to present the same theory, because they will give you different suggestions about what the world might be like. The mathematical language being used here is vector calculus. And basically, we have two gadgets for representing physical things: scalar fields and vector fields. And we represent the vector fields with the bold. And so you might think, well, that duality of the mathematical apparatus is reflecting a kind of duality in the physical world. There are physical things that are scale. Again, now you hear now the ambiguity of scalar field, right? There are physical things that are scalar fields, meaning what? Meaning there are physical things that at each point in space-time have one physical degree of freedom. And so just by handing you a single number, if that's an appropriately calibrated number, I can nail down what that degree of freedom is. And there are vector fields that somehow have 3 degrees of freedom at every point, and I often visualize that in terms of pointy arrows, right? That I can't just give you a magnitude, I have to give you a direction. You can think of the 3 numbers as one of them giving you the magnitude and the other 2 giving you angular directions. So then the vector fields look like little pointy arrows in your head. There's this use of the cross product. Now, this is all going to seem like really weird. Why am I talking about this? This will be clear in a second. There's the use when you actually write down the equations of this cross product, and you would say, okay, if I need the cross product to write down the laws, I guess the laws should only make sense, or the quantities that I need to talk about to use that should only make sense in a setting where the cross product itself, in some sense, makes sense. Why the cross product? Well, because we've got curls, right? When you write down Maxwell's equation, you have to talk about the curl, and you have to talk about the divergence of your vector fields. And the way we represent the curl in this notation is by a cross product with nabla. So you then might ask yourself, well, what's that all about? What's this mathematics telling me? What is I have a vector field, and now I want to talk about the curl of it. What is that, right? And I want to talk about. So this is something that, again, maybe everybody in this room has figured this out. I hadn't figured it out. And the word curl or roticity, you have this image in your head of a vector field as a bunch of arrows.
I'm kidding, by the way.
Right, in space, pointing some way, and you say, okay, the curl is somehow telling me how curly they are, right? How much they somehow are rotating, or if they have nice flow lines, right? If I integrate through and get flow lines, the curl is a measure of how much those flow lines are twisting and curling. Then you also have that's sort of one question. Another is, what is this deal with this cross product that I'm using? Right? It's important in the statement of the nomology. Again, we have the same question. We've got the same nabla dotted into E and B. What do I mean by the divergence of a vector field? Right? What does that represent? And normally, with the divergence, just the way you think of the curl as somehow telling you about the twistiness of these arrows, you think of the divergence of telling you about sources and sinks, right? So if all the arrows are pointing into a region, or better, if all the arrows are pointing out of a region, it's got a divergence. That means there's a source. You know, if you think of the arrows as the flow of water, it means there's a source there. And if more arrows are going in than going out, you have a sink, and you have a convergence rather than a divergence. So you have a sort of a picture in your head of what the math is about. Now, there's something weird about the curl. Right? There's something a little surprising about the curl itself, and then there's something even more surprising about the way we represent the curl. So let me just go. This is going to strike you as you already think I'm crazy. But I want you to get in the mood of noticing little tiny things that you never noticed before. At least I never noticed before, because you learn them so early, and you learn them by rote. When you're just beginning to learn mathematics and just beginning to learn physics, and your job is not to question anything, but just to suck it all in and spit it out on the tests, that you get used to it and you don't sort of think about what does it mean. So what's weird about the curl? Let me try and convince you there's something a little weird about the curl. So, as I say, in the Heaviside representation, we define the curl as the cross product of nabla with a vector field, and that gives us yet another vector field. So it's a kind of operation. So this is actually where I began when I was teaching this stuff. I said, let's just think about these operations. What does the gradient do? Okay, it takes in a scalar field and it spits out a vector field. And what does the divergence do? It takes in a vector field and it spits out a scalar field. What does the curl do? It takes in a vector field and spits out a vector field. Right? But when you learn, everybody knows when you learn how to take cross products, you learn the right-hand rule. Which, again, probably everybody thought it was a little weird, right? What's special about my right hand? So there was something strange about that. But there's something even much more strange about it, about this mathematical representation. So let's first talk about what the curl is physically if I think of the vector field as a representation, natural representation of something physical, which is what I'm using this math for. So if you think of the curl or the roticity of the field as talking about the twistiness of the field of the field and of the integral curves, you'd say, can a field with perfectly straight parallel flow lines have a curl? And your natural reaction is, no, of course not. The curl measures the twistiness. And if all of these flow lines are absolutely dead straight and parallel, nothing's twisting, it can't have a curl. Like, this is a river, nice laminar flow of water. It's slower, right? The river water is slower toward the banks and speeds up and gets really fast toward the middle and then slows down toward the other bank. And, something called the curl, you'd say, that thing shouldn't have it. But it does, right? That vector field has a curl. And, there's a nice book, Div Brad Curl, and the guy who wrote it, this is one of these things, you read a whole book and there's one sentence and you go, wow, that makes sense, right? One of those little nice moments. And he said, no, you see, here's how you tell whether you've got a curl. Yeah, think of this as a flow of water. Now take a little paddle wheel, right? A little thing with just propeller things coming out on the side, and stick it in the current and see if it spins. And if it spins, there's a curl. And it's really obvious then that, yeah, there's going to be, if I stick it here, there's going to be more pressure on this side than on that side. and it's going to spin that way, and if I stick it here, it's going to spin that way, and if I stick it dead center, it's not going to spin at all. So immediately I know, yeah, there's a curl to that field, and it's 0 in the middle, and it's one type of curl corresponding to clockwise, and another type corresponding to counterclockwise along the sides. And the way I have it there, you'd even say, gee, it's probably a constant curl, right? Because this pressure differential is constant there. And that's right? That's the right answer. So that was really cute. I liked that. But then I thought, wait a minute. If I'm a little two-dimensional guy, and I live in a little two-dimensional world that has two-dimensional rivers with two-dimensional water flowing through it, and the two-dimensional water happens to be flowing like that, I live in a world, a two-dimensional world with a curl, and I can't use my right hand to implement the right-hand rule, because I don't have anywhere for my thumb to stick out. Right? I can't. So there's something incongruous about this particular piece of mathematics. There's something off. There's something a little weird about it. Right? Two-dimensional worlds should be able to have curls in them. Some people know there's different ways you can go. This is why I say I'm now inventing a new geometrical way of doing things where you would not be at all surprised that a two-dimensional world has curls in it, because they're obviously two-dimensional objects. But I won't get into that. So let's at least take the cross product out. I could go on and on about the problems of using vector calculus, but I want to get to a different point. Let's take the cross product out and just write these now in a slightly more abstract form. So all we know about div is it's some function that takes in vector fields and kicks out scalar fields, and curl is some function that takes in vector fields and kicks out vector fields. And so, and if I no longer write the curl as nav across anything, then you'd say, yeah, two-dimensional world, they could have these equations without a problem, as long as I understand properly what a divergence and a curl is. So that's one thing that, again, I'm just getting really down to the basics. So, I mean, maybe I should say, I think physics has gone the following, wrong route, which is that people seem to think nature is a really, really, really fancy mathematician, right? You have to learn non-commutative geometry and topos theory and God knows what to get to the physics of the quantum gravity. I have exactly the opposite view. I think the world is kind of dumb. In fact, this whole mathematical thing I'm talking about, all you ever have to do is add and subtract. That's it. Nothing fancier than that. I don't think the world is such a fancy mathematician. I think there's maybe a problem if our mathematics is getting a whole lot fancier than the world is. There are some ontological moves you can make. Once you put things in this standardized form, you can make some ontological moves. So for example, the way I had that written out, there was a current density. But what is a current supposed to be? An electric current is just supposed to be the motion of the charge density, rho. And we needed, I didn't have it on that list, but it's gonna be defined in terms of the space and time structure. We're gonna need a velocity vector v. I mean, you certainly know you need it in the Lorentz force law. So you say, maybe I shouldn't think of J as being a fundamental thing. It's a kind of derivative thing. And so I've got this equals sub on. So that's ontological analysis, right? What J really is just rho in the direction of V, okay? At the speed of and in the direction of V, where V is the velocity vector field that's associated with the charge density. Now, I could go on for yet another lecture about how weird it is for there to be velocities associated with continuous densities, because particles, you know what their velocities are, right? Because they've got nice world lines that have nice tangents. But densities aren't like that. They're mush, right? What is the velocity of a density? I mean, what determines its velocity? I would like, it's much easier if at the end of the day at the bottom you have particles, point particles moving, and when you talk about rho, that's always at a macroscopic scale and you're averaging, right? But let me leave that problem apart. We've got enough to deal with. The other thing is, my own view is that the fundamental laws of nature, well, my own view is that there should only be one. Ultimately, there is one fundamental law of nature, and that it is fundamentally a dynamical law which tells you how things evolve in time. And you might notice that
That's the stuff.
of the four Maxwell equations, two of them don't mention time. One of them is this div E equals rho. That's not a dynamical law. You could also take that as a kind of ontological reduction. You could say, look, maybe charge just is the divergence of the electric field. If I'm already committed to an electric field, and I understand what it is for a field to have a divergence, maybe I should think of this not as it were, an equation that connects two fundamentally different things by law, but as an equation that's telling me what one of the sides is in terms of the other, right? And if I have an electric field, it's already got a divergence. It's just there. It is what it is. So let me just say that's what rho means, right? That's what rho is. So I move that out of, so I'm talking about ontological moves. I move that equation out of the nomology, it's no longer a law, into, all right, I'll go more quickly, into another category. Similarly, for a div B equals 0, you could say, look, that's just a mathematical way of saying there are no magnetic monopoles. It's not a dynamical law. You can regard it as a mathematical expression either of the physical impossibility of monopoles and absorb it into the conventions, or you can accept it as a contingent fact. So there are lots of ways to do this. Now what I want to do is talk quickly what everybody knows about the scalar and vector potentials. In classical theory, they're regarded as mathematical pseudo-objects. The existence of the scalar and vector potentials, A and phi, follows by purely mathematical considerations for any E and B, so long as div B equals 0, and we have that in the nomology, so we're guaranteed of that, and so long as the curl of A plus E plus dA dt equals 0, and we can make sure that that's right. And so we know that as long as we have E and B that satisfy the equations, A and phi will exist. But we also know that not only will one such pair of A and phi exist, but if one does, then there are an infinite number of other ones that do exactly the same job in reproducing E and B, right? And
now I can clean my
katana. So if you give me
katana.
an A and phi that work, if I add the gradient of any arbitrary scalar
Oh, maybe I have
field
ranks in
psi,
the area.
and, I guess that shouldn't be bolded, sorry. And that make this transformation, I'll get another A prime and phi prime that do the same job. So there are an infinite number of these A phi pairs, and we say that they're all related by a gauge transformation. And that's merely
I
a
need
gauge
rags to
degree of
clean.
freedom.
Okay.
It doesn't
Well, I don't
represent
wanna
a
clean
physical
it.
degree of freedom in the system. So from all this, we can get classical electromagnetic theory version 1 in various types. So here is a canonical form of a commentary. Here's what the theory is called. Here's what the physical ontology is. Here's what the mathematical representation is. The purely mathematical facts tell you about the existence of the A and phi. I've left out the talk about space and time, but we have
why
enough
not?
on our
Let's do
plate.
it.
There are the fundamental laws, including the Lorentz force law and Newton's law, and we have the scalar and vector potentials as mathematical pseudo-entities. That's a way to understand that mathematical formalism. But I can make these moves,
Right, and
right?
it consumes the rag.
As I say, I can take J out of the fundamental ontology and make it a derived thing. So J equals rho V gets moved over into that column. I drop it out of the nomology. I now have one less law. I can make the other move, which is to say div B equals 0 is just a way of saying there are no magnetic monopoles. That drops out of the nomology, right? I'm told that that's what that equation expresses, and now I have one less law. And I can do both of those things. and get my nomology down to just from the 4 original Maxwell laws down to 2, and I still have Newton's laws there. So you see what I'm doing, right? So each of these, in my view, are different theories, different physical theories using the same mathematical apparatus with different commentaries. Now, we know about this. So this is discovered in the lab, that we have the Aronoff-Bohm effect. Changing the magnetic field in the solenoid has a visible effect on the interference fringes. And from the paper, it's a beautiful paper, right? A really beautiful paper. They say exactly that in classical formalism, you use the potentials, but they don't appear. Notice, the fundamental equations of motion, they say, the fundamental equations of motion can always be expressed directly in terms of the fields alone. A and phi don't show up in the nomology, or don't have to anyway. They don't in the way that's normally presented. But in quantum mechanics, you seem to need to mention A and phi, which should strike you already as a little odd, right? If what's really real is E and B, why do I have to talk about A and phi? And then they say, now we're going to show that actually there are empirical indications that A and phi are physically real. So now we say, let's just take that hint and now put over here, instead of E and B, put A and phi. There, now in my fundamental physical ontology, I have to rewrite everything here in terms of A and phi. And here I do nothing else, which what does it mean? I no longer have determinism at all. I have a radical kind of indeterminism, because everything that I thought of before as just a gauge transformation is now a transformation that changes what the physical things are doing. And specifying what A and phi do up to any time leaves open an infinite number of ways for A and phi to continue after that time, which is what we normally think of as constitutes changing gauge at that time. So the result of taking A and phi seriously and not doing anything else leads to radical indeterminism. That doesn't sound too good. So I want to get rid of that. So what do? Well, here's something I can do. I can gauge fix. I can gauge fix many different ways. One way is with Lorentz gauge, and again, I only just found out that Lorentz is not Lorentz, and the Lorentz gauge, although it fits with the Lorentz transformation, they're two different guys. I didn't know. There's a lot of mistakes about that. I didn't know either. Neat. And here's the definition of, so I say I still have these sort of mathematical degrees of freedom. I can cut them down by putting on extra constraints, so I put on this gauge constraint. That turns out not to nail everything down. To really completely gauge fix, I have to put a constraint on phi as you go out away infinitely far, at least in an island universe. And then I get back now determinism again, okay? And if I also, my nomology, which before had laws that were mixed between A and phi, they've now become separated. And both A and phi satisfy laws that look very similar, both using the D'Alembertian. And you say, that's really pretty. That's the mathematics yelling something at me. I don't know what it is yet, but it's telling me something. Let me think about that really hard. Version 7, I do the same thing, but I just have added over here. I can now take one of my laws out and move it over here to say, really what I have here is, again, the definition of minus rho is just the D'Alembertian of phi, which I have over here. And so I got rid of rho here. Okay, so that's my 7th version. But there are other ways to gauge fix, right? So here's the 8th version where I've gauge fixed using Coulomb gauge. And that's nice, first of all, because it's a complete gauge fix, right? It's a complete gauge. You have no further, once you've imposed div A equals 0, you're done. And furthermore, for calculation purposes, it's nice because now phi, the electric potential, is just the Coulomb potential calculated instantaneously for the distribution of charges throughout the universe. Yes? And so you get different equations over here. A is still a D'Alembertian equation. The Lorentz law is getting more and more kind of messed up down here, but we're not going to talk about that right now. And I can have this is the last version. I can do the same thing and again derive the charge density. So I've moved the charge density from the nomology over here to the principles of derivative ontology. Now, this also, this is also screaming out at me. And this is the main point I want to make. So I said, if you go into Lorentz gauge, and you see my fundamental laws, I've cleared out the other things, and the only fundamental laws I have are all D'Alembertian laws. And now, we all know enough relativity to say it's grabbing you by the lapels and saying, I am a relativistic theory, right? Because you can go into Minkowski space-time and define the D'Alembertian like child's play, because it already has the right form, right? dx squared plus dy squared plus dz squared minus dt squared. So you can just convert this immediately into a form that lives in a relativistic space-time, and you know immediately that the original theory was relativistically invariant, and so on. And that's what everybody's done, because they thought, yeah, relativity, that's good. The thing I want to point out is, what if you went a different way? What if you said, I like Coulomb gauge better, right? It's a complete gauge. It gives me this nice, simple way of calculating phi. What's it telling you? It's telling you, your A and your phi, they have a slightly different dynamics. The A part, the vector potential part, that lives naturally in a relativistic space-time. But the phi part, because you're calculating phi by the instantaneous distribution of charge, needs a foliation. The phi part needs a slicing, a global slicing, the kind that you got out of absolute simultaneity in Newton's theory. And so you'd say, if I want to adapt this, it would live very nicely in a space-time that did have a relativistic structure for A, and in addition, had something like a global foliation for phi. Now, Roddy mentioned a very interesting thing that he mentioned, that if you want to do Bohmian mechanics in a relativistic setting, here's an easy way to do it. Add a foliation. Use the foliation for specifying the guidance equation. You don't need it for specifying the Schrodinger equation, okay? And our division between A and phi here is now looking like a division between the dynamics of the quantum state and the dynamics of the particles that are directed by the quantum state. Now, you might say, why should I do that? Now, there's no reason to do it until you get Bell's theorem, right? So they wouldn't have done it in 1959, even having noticed this. So part of this is, what happens when I take A and phi seriously mathematically as representatives of what's physically real? But in 1959, you would not be tempted to do this. But after 1964, you ought to be really tempted to do this and say it was sort of built in all along. That picture, that's a possible picture of the world. And everybody who says, but relativity, we must need a relativity, why would you think that Einstein would have gotten everything right about space-time before Bell? Before everybody knew you needed something non-local.
This is kind of just him taking a dump on
He wasn't
a lot of the previous playlist.
Why think that relativity
Not that Einstein didn't
got to the very bottom of space-time
contribute.
structure and cannot be touched when you think about when it was developed and for what purpose and what needed to be explained by it. So this is the kind of thing I think, if you get really clear about what you're doing, so the other thing is you could say, I don't like Lorentz gauge because I can't even gauge fix if I'm not in an island universe, and I'm not in an island universe, so that's not ideal, okay? So as I said, Lorentz gauge is screaming out, I am relativistic, and Coulomb gauge is screaming out, I live in a relativistic space-time with an additional foliation. So I have some quotes from the, how much time do I have? Have we gone over already? -4. Okay. The rest of this, so let me, instead of reading this is all from the original 1959 paper. It's a beautiful paper, right? It's one of those papers, you read it and you understand it, and it's, it says this is, this is really important. Pay attention. We've been thinking about electromagnetism wrong all this time. You all learned it wrong. And you all learned to think about gauge transformations in A and phi wrong. So these are just all, there are things that are here about searching for new beables. There are things about what possible responses can you have and what would the cost be. I had wanted to read that, but there's not enough time. So we should have applause for the authors. This is David Bohm's centennial, as we know, and I don't know if Yakir is here, but there they are. I said, applause for the authors. This is a beautiful paper.
Yeah, no one was listening. I was the only person listening to that lecture.
I had to hunt around. I didn't get anywhere near a picture of Aharonov at the age when he wrote this, and I'm sure this is later for Bohm. It was about the nearest thing I could find for Bohm. They were younger, okay? So I said to my wife, I feel like I'm going to the opera here. There's all these old people and then a scattering of young people. This is work they were doing when they were young, and they were, willing to shake things up a bit. And I hope the young people here take a clue out of that. So that is it.
This is an amazing book.
Alright, so now we have the final video. What is Mathematics by the Math Sorcerer? If you got lost by a mod, and it's just, yeah, don't get stuck on math. Math is actually a tool. It doesn't describe anything. Math isn't real. Stop. But now, we're talking about, what is mathematics? And the title really should be, what are mathematics? But, we'll let it slide.
This is an amazing book. This book is called What is Mathematics? And it was written by Courant and Robbins. There's nothing I can say in this video that really explains how great this book is. This book should be like required reading for every mathematics major in the entire world. This is the inside cover of the book. It says price $10 each. I think I paid like $30 for this book. It's pretty old. Let's open up the flap here. What is Mathematics? By Richard Courant, head of the Department of Mathematics, New York University, and Herbert Robbins, instructor in mathematics, New York University, Oxford University Press. Copyright 1941 by Richard Courant. And yes, this is the same Courant from the Courant Institute. So it's the same person after which the institute is named. Printed in the United States of America. Here are the dedications dedicated to Ernst, Gertrude, Hans, and Leonore Courant. I should mention Courant was a German-American mathematician, and he fled Germany in 1933. Let's just read small bits of the preface. For more than 2,000 years, some familiarity with methods and results of mathematics has been regarded as an indispensable part of the intellectual equipment of every cultured person. Today, some educational administrators are trying to demote mathematics from its traditional place. Their policy cannot be charged altogether to malice or ignorance. Yeah, very interesting, because a lot of people have similar views today, and it's funny because this book was published so long ago, 1941, so it shows that not much has changed. Actual contact with the content of living mathematics is necessary, and I feel like that is the theme throughout this book. This is not a book on philosophy. It is not a book on, why mathematics should be this way or that way. It is a book on actual mathematics, and Courant explains it in a brilliant way. Here he talks about how to use the book, and I just want to read one sentence to you. It says, for example, the historical and philosophical introduction might best be postponed until the rest of the book has been read. In other words, Courant is more interested in actual mathematics. I'm getting goosebumps because I've spent a great deal of time reading various sections in this book, and he just explains so well. And I'm going to show you some of the really cool stuff that I've read in this book. Also, this is a very thick book. I mean, look how thick it is. You can just, I can smell the pages. Just a work of art. This is a really cool section where he talks about the mathematical analysis of infinity. And so basically, how I use this book is I just basically open it up, and whatever page it lands on, I read a little bit. So a few days ago, I was laying in bed, And I opened this book up and I landed on this page. So this is really cool, and this is extremely well written. I've never seen a more clear explanation of infinity than in this book here. Here Courant talks about what it means for two sets to be equivalent. He says, if the elements in two sets A and B may be paired with each other in such a way
Just
that
like
to each element
random
of
and
A
infinity
there
means we don't know.
corresponds one and
That's,
only
you can
one
take that
element
to the
of
bank.
B, and to each element of B corresponds one and only one element of A, then the correspondence is said to be biunique, and A and B are said to be equivalent. This is super important because now you can compare two sets and you can determine if they're equivalent. And the notion of equivalence for finite sets coincides with the ordinary notion of equality of number, since two finite sets have the same number of elements if and only if the elements of the two sets can be put into a biunique correspondence. This is in fact the very idea of counting. For when we count a finite set of objects, we simply establish a biunique correspondence between those objects and the set of number symbols 1 through n. Wow, just incredible. And here he goes on to talk about infinites. He says Cantor's idea was to extend the concept of equivalence to infinite sets in order to define an arithmetic of infinities. The set of all real numbers and the set of all points on a straight line are equivalent, since the choice of an origin and a unit allows us to associate in a biunique manner with every point P of the line a definite real number x as its coordinate. Then here he talks about the integers, and he goes on to show that the set of integers is equivalent to the set of even integers, and you can do that by simply listing the integers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then to each integer you assign the following. So for 1, you assign 2, to 2 you assign 4, to 3 you assign 6. Basically you just double each integer. And you see you have this biunique correspondence between the set of positive integers and the proper subset of even integers, which are thereby shown to be equivalent. This contradicts the familiar truth: the whole is greater than any of its parts. Shows what surprises are to be expected in the domain of the infinite. I'm getting goosebumps. This guy, Courant, was amazing. Now, for rational numbers, it's not so simple. You can do the same thing, though, with rational numbers, and I think the best way to illustrate that is with this diagram here. So basically, you list the numbers, all the integers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you create this chart. So you take 1, and then you divide it by 2, by 3, by 4, by 5. Take 2, divide it by 2, by 3, by 4, by 5, etc. Take 3, divide it by 2, by 3, by 4, by 5, by 6, etc. Do that for each of the integers. And then you can trace out all of the numbers, okay, all of the numbers using this system here, and then you basically eliminate duplicates. For example, if a fraction appears more than once, you eliminate it and only write it once. Let me show you how to actually trace this out. Let me just briefly show you how to actually trace this out, because if you look in the book here, you can see the pattern, but you don't actually see it on the numbers. So it's actually pretty simple. Basically, you start here at 1, and then you go across like this. Okay, and then you come down, and you go down one like this. Okay, and then you go back up. And you go across. And you go down here like this. And you see we're getting every single number in this beautiful chart. And then basically you list them. Okay, you just keep doing this forever. And you list them, and then you eliminate duplicates. It's a really beautiful argument. Here's a beautiful diagram that shows that there are just as many real numbers between 0 and 1 as there are real numbers. So Courant talks about how you can take the unit interval, which is this here, and you can bend it at 1/3 and at 2/3, and you can put a point here, and you can just project that point by drawing lines. And you see if I draw a line here, it touches here and it touches here. So there's a correspondence now between those 2 points. Do the same thing here, you have a point here and a point here. So you have a correspondence, a biunique correspondence, between all of the points on the real line and all of the points on the unit interval. And this shows that they are equivalent sets. You does the same thing here with 2 different line segments by putting a point here and projecting the lines down, so you see this point corresponds to this one.
Smelled like bullshit then, and it's still bullshit now. Once you understand that infinity means we just don't know, or we can't calculate.
It's really beautiful. Here he gives a proof by contradiction.
It's not
and says,
profound
let
at
us
all,
assume that the set of all
It's not
points
really
on the line between 0 and 1 can be arranged in the following sequence. So A1, A2, A3, etc. And what he's going to try to show here is to prove that you can't actually count all of the numbers between 0 and 1. In other words, the set is not denumerable. So basically, suppose it is, and you suppose you could just list them all, A1, A2, A3, and then he encloses the point with coordinate A1 in an interval of length 1 over 10, and the point with coordinate A2 in an interval of length 1 over 10 squared, and so on. And then he says, if all of them between 0 and 1 were included in this sequence, the unit interval would be entirely covered by an infinite sequence of overlapping subintervals of length 1 over 10, 1 over 10 squared, 1 over 10 cubed, etc. The fact that some of these extend beyond the unit interval does not influence our proof. And then if you look at the sum of these lengths, you get 1 over 9. And that's impossible, right? Because thus the assumption that the sequence contains all real numbers leads to the possibility of covering the whole of an interval of length 1 by a set of intervals of total length 1 over 9, which is certainly absurd. Yeah, just really, really beautiful. Then here he goes on and talks about how this relates to measure theory, replacing the intervals above by smaller intervals of length epsilon over 10, where epsilon is an arbitrary small positive number. We see that any denumerable set of points on the line can be included in a set of intervals of total length epsilon over 9. And since epsilon was arbitrary, the latter number can be made as small as we please. In the terminology of measure theory, we say that a denumerable set of points has measure 0. So you can prove that using a similar argument here, as he just explained. So, I mean, he's talking about measure theory only a few pages after introducing, you know, the notion of two sets being equivalent. I mean, what a fantastic book. Here he talks about Euler's number E. He talks about how it has had an established place in mathematics alongside the Archimedean number pi ever since the publication in 1748 of Euler's Introductio in Analysin Infinitorum. And it provides an excellent illustration of how the principle of monotone sequences can serve to define a new real number. And he goes through it here and defines the number E. And then if you turn the page here, he proves that E is irrational. So he gives a little proof here showing that's irrational. And now to understand this proof, you do have to read all of this because he uses some of the information on this page. But anyone with some math background, I think, could actually understand this. This is a really cool section on continued fractions. And this is really cool. Let me show you. So take this number here, x equals the square root of 2 minus 1, which is apparently a root of this equation. So if you factor out an x here, you'll get x times x plus 2. You divide by that and you get this. Okay, so now what you do is you know that x is equal to 1 over 2 plus x. So take this x here and replace it with 1 over 2 plus x. So you get x equals 1 over 2 plus, but what's x? My finger's covering it. Oh, it's 1 over 2 plus x. Boom. Then you do it again. My finger's covering it. Now look down here. Boom. You see that? There it is, right? There it is. My finger's covering the x. Now it's there. And you keep doing that forever. And you get, in this case, n steps of this sequence. And then over here, basically what he's done is he's replaced x with the square root of 2 minus 1 and then added 1 to the other side. And then he's let, there's the 1, and you let n go to infinity, and you get this infinite continued fraction, as he says. Really cool, right? That you can express the square root of 2 as an infinite continued fraction. And he gives some more examples here of how you can express other numbers as infinite continued fractions. And then here he talks about e. I mean, that's really cool, right? And there's a couple other ones here. Just, yeah, very, very cool. What an amazing book. So I got a little carried away and I never showed you the contents. So let's carefully go through the contents so you can actually see what's in this book, because it covers a lot of mathematics. And I'll be honest, my problem with this book is I'll pick it up and I'll start reading it and I can't put it down because it's so interesting, and Courant is such a good writer. So here he talks about the natural numbers. Okay, then a little more on the theory of numbers. All kinds of topics here, all kinds of subtopics and stuff, which is really just quite unexpected. Now, I don't think there's any other book like this. Here he talks about the number system. Let's turn the page. This is that section on the mathematical analysis of infinity, complex numbers, algebraic and transcendental numbers. Talks about sets, geometrical constructions, all kinds of topics here. Projective geometry. Here's some more topics here. Just all kinds of things that you wouldn't expect to find. Topology. It talks about topology in this book. Functions and limits. You could actually learn calculus from this book. There's enough calculus content in this book, more than enough to actually learn calculus. The only thing that's missing from this book to actually learn calculus with it is the exercises. You would need some exercises for extra practice if you really wanted to learn, but it's enough to, offer a full treatment of calculus, maxima and minima. All kinds of topics. Some more topics here. And then here you have the calculus, talks about the integral, the derivative, so all the things that you would see in a calculus class, right? Or at least a lot of the things you would see. And then here's the last of it, infinite series and infinite products. Then you've got an appendix with all kinds of things in it, right? Really cool. Even technique of integration, cool. Here he talks about topological properties. I thought this was really interesting and fairly well written. And if you know how to read, you can understand a lot of this. You don't need a lot of math to completely understand it. To understand it completely, you would need some math, but it's fairly well written in such a way that I think most people could read this and understand most of it. Here Courant talks about topological deformations. It says, the most intuitive examples of general topological transformations are the deformations. Imagine a figure, such as a sphere or a triangle, to be made from or drawn upon a thin sheet of rubber, which is then stretched and twisted in any manner without tearing it and without bringing distinct points into actual coincidence. And then here in parentheses, what he's referring to is the stuff on the previous pages, so I'll skip that. The final position of the figure will then be a topological image of the original. A triangle can be deformed into any other triangle or into a circle or an ellipse, and hence these figures have exactly the same topological properties. But one cannot deform a circle into a line segment, nor the surface of a sphere into the surface of an inner tube. Here you can see some topologically equivalent surfaces. Really cool, and not the kind of thing that you would see at like the beginning of a topology book, right? This is something you would learn after you've studied topology for quite some time. Yet you can pick up this book and Courant talks about it right here. This is the chapter on the calculus. I love how he calls it that. Not just calculus, it's the calculus. I'm just going to show you some of the stuff in this book. Here you
calculus.
See the integral.
It's a calculus.
Very cool. So it does have basic calculus, but the treatment is very, very different.
It's treated
from
like
what you would see
calculus
in a regular calculus book. The concepts are the same, but the exposition, the way it's written, is quite elegant.
I think
so. As much as I love this
Lorentz,
book, it is not a perfect book, and
Leibniz.
I think Courant knew that when he wrote it.
Anyways,
the big thing that's missing from this book
calculus.
are the exercises. There are some exercises that randomly appear in the book, but they are non-standard exercises, and Courant admits that. That is not the intention of the book. Right? I think that this is a great book for just learning new mathematics, being exposed to mathematics that you haven't seen, and revisiting old mathematics in a much
just be careful of set
more
theory,
clear
I guess,
way. I feel
sounds
like
like a neat
Courant
book,
explains things a lot better than a lot of other authors. If you look on Wikipedia, he is known for this book. This is a very famous book. And again, the Courant Institute is named after this guy. It's Richard Courant, the German-American mathematician. Just brilliant. Yeah, really amazing. Here's a random section on the geometrical interpretation of complex numbers, which is also very well written. And I think this is something that most people can pick this up and they can read this and they can understand it. For example, here you see you have the complex number x plus yi, and then here you have the conjugate x minus yi. So you see geometrically how they are represented. It's like a mirror image across the x-axis. This is the section on functions and limits, and here he talks about how mathematicians and physicists sometimes put a different emphasis on the two different aspects of the function concept. And he goes on to explain it quite well. Here he talks about functions of several variables, and he talks about how to think of them graphically. And he discusses level curves, and you can see there's some diagrams here. And this is pretty cool. I mean, for a book from 1941, I think this is fantastic. Here he has a section on the limit of sine x over x as x approaches 0, and he gives some computations here, and then he gives a rigorous proof geometrically of the statement here. So it's kind of nice. You learn this in a Calc 1 course, and this is one of those things that is often not taught in Calc 1 because it just takes up so much class time. So here you have a rigorous proof that Courant has provided in his beautiful book. I just noticed this mysterious stamp here in the back of the book. That's really cool. I don't know what that is. Yeah, wow. What an old book. Derivative and velocity, second derivative, and acceleration. This is something that is typically taught in a Calc 1 course, and so you see it again here in Courant's book, which is really cool. The amount of mathematics that this book contains is really quite remarkable, and for the thickness of the book, I think it contains an incredible amount of math. Having said that, there are sections that are a little bit more terse, and it does require some thought to read this book. But there's also no exercises, and so I think that really saves on pages. Perhaps the most shocking thing about this book for me personally is that I've realized that mathematics can be explained in a crystal clear way by some people. And I think Courant is one of those people. I mean, I guess I always knew that. There's certain teachers that are just better than other teachers. Certain people are just better at explaining, and I think Courant was one of those people. I mean, this is a remarkable book. The explanations are crystal clear. I have a hard time comparing this to other books I have, and I think it's worth picking up. I'll try to leave a link in the description in case you want to check out this book. I think it's worth it. I feel like it's one of those books that you'll buy and you can read for the rest of your life because it's so dense. It's got so much knowledge, and you just pick it up, sit down, maybe read for 20 minutes, and you'll come out a little bit smarter. It's What is Mathematics? It's by Courant. It's a legendary book. I hope this video has helped you in some way. Good luck.
Alright, that's that. Category theory. Let's not get that lost. But I am wondering. Let me see if I can even remember. Okay, good thing we have autocomplete to let me spell freaking Kurzgesagt. Because, I want to see if they have a playlist on the immune system. Because I know they released a book, or at least the guy behind it released a book. Medicine and our best stuff. The universe and space stuff. Should we? I don't know. No, let's not get crazy with Kurzgesagt. Let's just, live in the moment till we die. It'd be funny if that's the song that was on, no matter how hard we try. I don't remember what it's called. Yeah, the fucking juggler. Good enough. No, it's the end. Yep. Okay. DZX, fine. I remember being scared that if my stamina ran out on a ladder that I'd fall off. It just goes negative. I guess one of these days they're gonna implement tiredness where, if your stamina hits 0 or you handle too big of a load, then you'll fail and you'll just drop. God, I remember when that happened to me, fucking rock climbing. That was scary. You could physically feel you were about to give up, and I had to summon that superhuman form. Have you heard of that? Where if you're in real dire straits, you'll summon some reserves of strength or something that can get you through some problematic times, troublesome times. Crisis. That's what I mean. Anyways, yeah, that was an experience. Anyhow, we're going up. See if we can finally get some good snipes in. Well, it's not really good snipes because you can't really render anything that far away.
No action. It's not about the size, it's how you use what your mama gave you. You snooze, you lose. Look at me dancing. Do you think I'm sexy? It all starts with a hey, and then we get down and we start to play. See, I'm just about wasted, and I'm not about to waste my time on the rocks, twisting line, not stopping anything till you knock me down and off my feet. See, I can be tasty. Do you think I'm sexy?
Never any action up here on these screens.
Do you think I'm sexy?
So we need to go northeast.
Salutations, scumbags. Are you ready for another day of carnage and chaos? I know I am. For those of you who don't know me, I'm John Dick, your guide and confidant on this journey of mayhem. Get ready to get bloody. Welcome, friends, to Scum Island. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. Let's get some music on to set the mood.
You'd swear I was drunk in real life with how I missed those 3 shots. Fucking stupid ass cut prompt. How did that even happen? Anyways, it's fine now. The alcohol kept the wound from getting infected, and I didn't even see. Okay, I'll keep it like this. And then that 6 out of 7. Did we? No, we didn't replace mag. Well, let's do it anyway. getting all sorts of prompts wrong. The hell? The hell? Search this whole place again. Well, yeah, sure, why not? Why not?
Yeah, murder is fun, but have you tried Indian food? shit's amazing. I'm John Dick, and today's match is brought to you by Pong's House of Curry. So good, it'll make your asshole bleed for weeks. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, or cargo drop. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
Engraved, even. Well, shit, Berkshire, you go here. Okay, 47. How about that? Come on, I'm forgetting where I saw that guy now. And I walked like right up to him. Somewhere. It's a fucking invincible grate. Jesus. kind of want to explore down there. Let's do it. Wait, no, this isn't where we want to be. We want to go all the way down there. Travel straight south. We made a mistake. Oh, and it's getting cold. Okay. I know. Even if I didn't know where I should have been going. Don't worry, we should have enough. We should have enough stuff. In fact, maybe we should just prepare. Yeah, get that fresh rain in. Get those 30 in. Having some fun. Under the street light. Even if it really doesn't matter, but you know. Something we'd want to be doing. Make sure we could see clearly. Bing, bing, bong. probably avoid open confrontations and where we could be attacked from any angle. I don't know what's there, but I know what this is. I can't jump on it. What the heck? How about this?
Good day, players and spectators. My name is John Dick, and I'll be your host for today's Bloodbath. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. And don't forget, the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
Where the fuck did the katana go? Ah, jeez, don't tell me I dropped it somewhere. Fuck. That's one way to get rid of it, I guess. Fuck me. Yeah, that was a while ago, too. It's right by the police station. Not right by the police station, but you know. Maybe I'll pass by it on my way. I don't fucking know, gee. How could I have missed that? Hate that it doesn't try to replace it in your inventory. Like, if it doesn't fit in one configuration, it'll try the other, right? It only has to do... It's not an increase in complexity, it's just one extra action. Just, like, try fitting it in the default orientation, and then try flipping it 90 degrees and fit it in. And if it doesn't fit either of those, then, you know, drop it on the ground. Seems to me to be a pretty sensible addition. hope this is the right way, but it's not looking familiar yet. Oh wait, never mind, that looks familiar, I think. Yeah, up there. So we shouldn't be too far from the gas station. In fact, that might be it. Yeah, okay. There's the gas station. That's freedom. Let's just rest. Rest like this. How about it? I think we're gonna just sprint for an open window and hold up inside of it. Unless, of course, they've been generous and not spawned any puppets, which, come on, why would they do that? Let's see. 50. Alright, we're fine. Alright. We could start some shit, or we could just get in the car. But I would rather start some shit. Can't really see anything. Well, any puppets. Come on, I think we can't end it like that. Alright, we'll just fire a shot in the air. See who comes. Not really, no one. Just nothing. She was like, yeah, you won. You got to the car. Congratulations. Yeah, man, whatever. Alright, I guess we just sit here and refill our drum mag. Why not? So all that's left is to go home then. Yeah, we're not in the mountains yet, I guess. this thing climbs fucking snow faster. Like this is the hardest fucking climb it's ever had to do. It's just, is this part of the map broken? This terrain broken? Because it usually doesn't act like this on now. Something's weird. There's just like an extreme downward force upon this slope. But I can climb that easier. And that's steeper. Anyways. What did I tell ya? Climb snow super easily, apparently. It's almost vertical. It would be taking the piss. But I mean, apparently. I think that's the, yeah, it's the limit. It's not as awkward as that stupid fucking dirt road. Jeez. Crap, I wasn't even talking. I'm talking about the cargo drop. I'm hoping that I have enough space to absorb it. Because we did get a lot of loot. We got bricks, of all things, and we're just gonna, hope we have enough space in the car. Or that they give us a hiking backpack and we have enough space in the car for a hiking backpack. An extra hiking backpack. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, plenty of time. Plenty of climb. Plenty of parsley and rosemary. And sage, that's the other one. Not spices, but whatever. That's the little fun fact that the Spice Girls weren't named after herbs, not spices. I don't even know what the fucking difference is, but hey, there's some trivia. I'm guessing one is used by being ground up, and the other is put in as whole leaves or something. Maybe spices are powdered. Maybe it's consistency. I don't know. Everything's a fucking plant. Maybe it's a difference if it comes from leaves or if it comes from seeds. I don't know. I should, I should look up the difference, but I'm not gonna. Even after we spent that time being all about science and learning shit. Learn about physics and maths and all sorts of stuff. Can't be arsed to know the difference between spices and herbs. How about I look it up now, since this will take a little bit to drop. I don't see Spoke, so let's look up the difference between spices and herbs, and I'll report back. Okay, yeah. So it's the leaf versus seed difference. Basically. So, yeah, herbs are leafy and the spices come from seeds. Learn something new every day.
Zombies are dead, but our cameras are live, bringing you play-by-play action to satiate your bloodlust. I'm John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
like the worst case scenario. Okay, I got an idea. Yeah, shut up for a second. Okay. Just gotta empty out all these bricks randomly into the SUV, and we'll fucking sort it out later. How about that? How about that? Genius plan. Delightfully devilish Seymour. Alright. The only thing we'd want is the Deagle ammo, 50 cal. No, it's 357, so that's for our Viper. Alright, we filled it. We're good. We're gonna just sell that. Just make sure we got everything. Yep, empty my life, empty my wallet, empty my mind, empty my bowels. Empty my bowels. Check. Night vision goggles can use some charge. Why not use those batteries? Hey, look at that. Alright, you can talk about proletariats again.
Either way you pick, the bad still gonna hurt you the worst.
Everybody.
I never got to bask in the fruits of the labor, and I never got the cash from that dude from the label. I'm just thinking back. Can we go way back, way back, way back? Can we go way back, way back, way back? It's time to go way back, way back, way back, way back. You see, in retrospect, I would've did it the same. In hindsight, I'm the only one to blame. I ain't picky, I'm just real specific. I want nothing less than terrific. I know y'all get it. I'm aggressive, so our style is clashing. Killer instinct, and I play with passion. I'd rather be hated for being one of the realest than get a lot of love for these overrated appearances. I can stand on skill alone, but I'm a package deal. I can write the whole song and rap for real. I got my head in the cloud with a pun intended. I don't need to see nobody, I don't want no visits. Introverted, I just flirt with the music. Small circles, how I choose it. Stay away from squares, they the one that look like a L7. I've been doing this since I was 11, and the shit gets real. Can we go way back, way back, way back? Can we go way back, way back, way back? It's time to go way back, way back, way back, way back. Pure pandemonium when I'm in the building. Grown man flow, I ain't got time for the children. Now you can boo me, jump off, I'm winning. I still love you though, shout out to the women. Watch, you was cool, they was acting wild. Walk in, leave drunk, it was packed for aisle. Belligerent students, man, the shit got messy. Remind me of my first show I did at the Red Sea. I ain't had no DJ, just to tape that. Opened up for Son of Star Child, I love that. Met this cat named Larry, he was with the Avengers. Showed me how to make moves and walk with the winners. Soon went to the pen, I never seen him again. But I did a couple shows with his friends. Lumberjack, brown clown, so-and-so, and do with the orange pants. But they jabos though, you know, fresh to death, always and forever. Don't get it twisted. Number one listed, Nitro with the nice flow. You know, it is. Take a picture, baby, it'll last longer. All in your mouth. Yeah. In retrospect, I'm just thinking back to the time when it was all good. The golden era.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitches. John Dick here, inviting you to join in on the fun as our prisoners disembowel each other for fame, prizes, and yes, the sheer joy of it. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for, scrubs? Sign up and rank up.
I guarantee
and don't
that
forget,
being registered.
the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
Nobody cares.
From the cradle to the grave to the end of days, we all should dance one. Don't wait for another chance. In the storm, see us storm. I'm running out of time, while living out behind the sun. Nothing is waterproof. Our dreams, hopes, and free will. Dim dumb and blindness and deserted side. What skills and flows were done. Nothing is fireproof. Publish papers and the truth. What they say to comprehend in our DNA. Small things make what we say. As the essence of every human being. Break it down. It's written in the stars, in the stars, in the scars. No matter what you're taking, it's it dwells deep in me. The basic instinct that keeps us alive. No need to believe in, no pain is required to survive. There is nothing left to say. Only the music can take the ground away. Difference between you and me is the greatest out of ever. In perfect harmony, from order to major key. Players in the original scale, the notes of life were already rearranged. It's written in the stars, in the stones, in the scars. No matter what you're taking part in, what a fucking forever. Nothing is fireproof. Our flesh papers and the truth. Even the stars are already set to burn. Nothing is waterproof. Our dreams, hopes, and free will. They drown as the tide turns and closes in. Nothing is fireproof. All flesh papers and the truth. Even the stars Sit alone in your room. They add up to the time I'm with you. Do you know I love you too? Oh, Himalaya, what was it you saw? I couldn't believe anything at all. 'Cause I don't know it's what you would want all the time. Spent alone in your room. Then up to the time I'm with you. Do you know I love you too?
Alright, well, we made it home. We'll, I don't know, sort everything out later. But that's this character. Now to rejoin Bob on his adventure. He's about to infiltrate a base. For this, we're gonna need our absolute wits about us. No music, unless it's the Metal Gear. Anyway. Alright, so there is a sentry. He's just looking that way. We have a vest on. Just the sentry's frozen. There's plenty of places to hide from a sentry. See what this place is. I don't want to do, third person so that we, actively patrolling that. Sentries just weren't visible from third person. I mean, from the outside, but they are patrolling a bit closer in here. I don't think we're gonna make a snowman, so won't need that carrot. concentric. There's a shooting range, but concentric bases. Okay, well that one doesn't look guarded by anything. It's just this inside one. I wonder. Big hole that they can't fall through. Could probably build a ladder up too, though, to traverse between the two. Wait, he doesn't go here. Alright, well. Yeah, we need like a little platform. Well, anyway, let's keep going. I guess these are named after people in the community for some reason. I don't know. That's what I'd guess. Ooh, batteries. That's great. That's wonderful. Charge up our rat-a-tat. That's where the Tech 1 militia's trained up, I'm guessing. Hey, yeah. Crawl through it. There's no sentry that patrols this part, it would appear. But I see one down there. Patrols the docks. See what that big is. It a telescope? It looked like a telescope, but you would think it's a cannon. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hope he doesn't notice me. Just patrol that short path. Stop being over dramatic. Okay, so it looks like my chances right when he comes back here and then turns around. The question now is, how in the hell would anyone, right? Alright, well, since I don't think I'll ever come back here, I think we should get a little cheeky. I don't even know what this place is. Let's add a rectangle region. Just, oh, you know, across the whole. Where is it? Custom region. Add a rectangle region. The first point is all the way down here. Now across the whole map. Yeah, I didn't add it. Okay, I'll get this right. First point. Let's see, what is it? Add a rectangle. I try dragging it. Alright. Should be good. Should be good. Let me see. Sentry damage block. It just blocks everything. So just the whole world's an outpost right now. Huh. Alright. Let's get a little cheeky. I'm thirsty, just casually. I'm thirsty. I was getting shot at. I'm guessing you get through this place by like running a gauntlet. Like as soon as that thing turns its back, you run like to here and wait for it to pass or something, and you get some new place. Maybe that's the other checkpoint. Try to do some sneaky stuff. So this is just basically a kill corridor for centuries. How are you even supposed to? I guess I'm not talented enough in the ways of scum to figure that out, huh? Okay. Yeah, you said ignore. Oh, wait, ignore. That doesn't mean ignore fall damage. It means ignore the rule, custom rule. Alright, now they'll post block fall damage. Easy. Or maybe you're not even supposed to be able to get through there because, you know, there's an entrance from the ocean. Maybe you could boat into here. There looks like other sentries are... No. Yeah, it is just a game. You're just a game. You're just lame. Hiya! Let's see what, see what's hip-hopping happening in this sub. This gunboat, is it really even a submarine like these? Why is this wood? Come on now. Alright, we got this. Hello. Can't even get inside the submarine. I say this, well, it's not. It doesn't necessarily call for an investigation. I'm being silly. I don't think you can get in here. I think it's just like a docking place for your boat when you infiltrate this place through boat. It's only connected to the surface superficially. Why would you build a base here? guards in place. I mean, probably just build a whole wall around there. This can be your little command center. Shut up. No, I don't want your cookies, mate. I just want to see what that's any of this. This is like 2 bases in one. Must be the dev team. That's cute. Cute place. Oh, this place is just open. These aren't. Yeah. Oh, okay. All these are locked. I mean, I got the disabling the sentries. These things are pretty freaking annoying. Prevent you from exploring the fun parts. You see, if they can make sentries miss this much, then of course they can have, you know, shooty puppets miss plenty. Or, you know, shooty manhunt NPCs miss. From the harbor. Wonder what this goes to. Wonder what they load from here. Let's hope he stops his patrol early, I guess. Oh no, he's not stopping it. Well, I guess we know what's here now. Just boring old base. Massive. Would be a challenge to engineer through, maybe, but, you know, boring. Alright, let's see if we can get to the outpost.
So green, 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 darling, you can make my love your home. Make my love your home. And please.
Alarm goes off, ready. Roll out of bed, run sleep from my eyes. Throw on a shirt, some jeans, and my boots, and then it's time to make that morning drive. Work all day till I'm totally beat. Head back home and fall right to sleep. Alarm goes off in the morning and the cycle's complete. Work, sleep, repeat. Yeah, work, sleep, that's all I ever do anymore. Somewhere up the line, I forgot what I was working for. Yeah, there goes life, looks like it's slowing down for me. All I ever do is work, sleep. Seems like yesterday I was 17, running bootlegs and draws and screams. Now I'm running up dead and I'm scrambling to make ends meet. If you want me to buy that, you better give me good price. Yeah, yeah.
That thing registered. Kidding. Nobody cares.
John's out hitting on the liquor again. It want to leave about 10:30 when he let loose for the cat trick. Then it was Sunday. Well, it one came in morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay away with these dancing shoes? I was kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me? I can't count on anymore. Police coming knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burn it down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, the Duke saying nothing around. That sheriff ran around the block, streets empty and the doors are locked. Got feeling lonely. King ring my bell, tell me a lot about heaven and a lot about hell. I ain't got no money for you, can I hang away with these dancing shoes? I thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me? I can't count on anymore. Till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Woo!
If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. Just spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but another instead. I wanna hate her, but another instead.
Of me.
Zombies are dead, but our cameras are live, bringing you play-by-play action to satiate your bloodlust. I'm John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. Once you're ready, be sure to sign up for one of our mini events. Challenge yourself against other prisoners. Team up and overcome for blood and glory. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
Lately, everything's trembling. All my shelters are opening. Feels like everything's crumbling. All the windows are shattering. Hold your horses, it's too cold to read. Face expressions that mean nothing. Dip your sadness in this bowl till you feel minor changes in your body. Taking, everyone's grabbing, all the women are howling, running, everyone's rushing, all the saviors are frowning. Hold your horses, it's too cold to read. Face expressions that mean nothing. Dip your sadness in this bowl till you feel minor changes in your body. And as a cage, the lines in your head makes its way across your bed. And now your mouth can say all the things that made your stomach turn today. Hold your horses, it's too cold to read. Face expressions that mean nothing. Dip your sadness in this bowl till you feel
less distant vantage point, the Earth might not seem of any particular interest. But for us, it's different. Thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines. Every hunter and forager, every hero and coward.
Okay, wait, so what's that other station that's labeled none supposed to be? It's like event radio or something.
Chose this life, now it's choosing me, and how it interferes with the lives we lead. And I can't read your eyes, they're just sending hollow lies for free. And my left brain, it tells me never again, there's nothing left. Just go home now. Your skin and bones, but there's no way of hiding your theft. You're successful in sending your problems from your stream.
Let's do the pop station, why not?
After 195 days in space.
You know what this means. It's time for a break. Well, actually, this means that, but you know what I mean, right? don't really make money off anything. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter. I've just been getting content ID from this supposedly royalty-free stuff, but yeah, who cares? Who cares, mate? There we are. Here you go. All right, break time. Alright, we're back. Sun's still high up in the sky, we got shit to do. Yeah, I'm thinking we need to work on these inner walls first. It's about time to do that. Yeah, these are free to customers. How about that? That's fine. Oh, if we can bring it around back. So there's like an outside wall and an inner wall. An inner wall. You have to break that too. Yeah, who knows? 32.4, okay. Keep that angle in mind. I forgot it was like 32.4 or 34.2. I'm silly. I mean, probably check like this. Yeah, 32.4. It's okay. I guess this is pop. Or am I not on the pop station? Pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, whatever. It is whatever they say. Maybe this is the popular hit on Scum Island. Instead of formulaic music meant to be as enjoyable as possible. Ah, jeez, that was painting. How bad? Oh, C2. Well, it's not fucking deadly. Yeah, it's the perfect trap. People think they can climb over and then they get fucking skewered. Fucking ouch. But now it's the perfect time to use that thing that was in my raincoat. Just when I kept clocking something. Gotta dress it with a little cloth. Gotta dress it with a little cloth, darling. Not a dirty rag. What's the lowest? This one, 46. Alright. There we go. No more trying to climb that. It's a perfect defense. Oh, should be careful with my injuries, right? Getting injured on the job, all part of the description. Yeah, I wouldn't describe this as pop, but, you know, whatever. I guess I can actually try to vault over this if I just want to fucking die. That's some serious injury.
Making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now except for my own years.
Yeah, we can totally do this.
We about to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The
thinking of risking that injury, because going all the way around there. Yeah, actually, let's take the tractor and then cut all that brush. Okay. Let's not do the injury. Let's do the responsible thing.
Have you heard about summer snow? When it falls on you, your blood runs cold. But don't you sweat your pretty skin, 'cause it melts away for it sinks in. And you dream about this very night, when the moon runs down the summer sky. Could it be the morning of the spring, when the sea runs dry and start to sing? Have you heard from the sky all about it? Down the river, high tide flows around it. Through the whispers of pines, I hear them sing. The more you love, the more you live. in a parody, cause nobody is laughing though. When it comes to you and me, nothing isn't clean no more. Do we seem like charity, or seem like anything at all? You got my curiosity, I'm a listen close to me. I'm trying to see you can go your way. We can stop all day, but we never stay where we've been before. Might as well be short. So again, we end up letting everyone just like we do, with no unspeaking to and nothing to gain. We're not fooling anyone. Needless to say, it's only yours until it's gone, till it's gone. So again, we end up letting everyone just like we do, with no unspeaking to and nothing to gain. We're not fooling anyone. Needless to say, it's only yours until it's gone, till it's gone. The way to me.
I've learned the signature of that French song. Never.
Well, I chose this life, now it's choosing me. And how it interferes with the lives we lead. And I can't read your eyes, they're just sending hollow lies for free. And my left brain, it tells me never again, there's nothing left. There's nothing left. Well, just go home now. Your skin and bones, but there's no way of hiding your theft. You're successful in sending your problems from your stream
I feel like this is just global radio, rebranded. Global radio without commercials is pop station. That's blues, I think. What's this station? Is this global? Yeah, it's global. Let's hear John Dick's handsome voice when it never hurts. John Dick never hurt nobody. Trust a man named Dick with your life. That's Ludi's life advice right there. Take that one to the bank. Teach it to your kids. Always trust a man named Dick. He's fearless, a real man. A real man looks at his name, says, Richard. Never going by that again, now that I know the nicknames for it. And by the nicknames, one nickname, the only nickname he ever needed to hear. Anyways.
From the cradle to the grave to the end of days, we all should dance while we live. Don't wait for another chance.
the host with the most, John Dick, welcoming you to yet another fierce blood match. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, or cargo drop. And don't forget, the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
Alright, so that's a successful. It's oh shit, I didn't mean it. I meant to drain the fuel.
John Dick here, thanking you for joining us for another glorious battle. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events. Gain fame and prestige, or die trying, or both. Now get out there and paint the town red with blood, you degenerates. Make your mama proud.
Well, that's fucking weird. Where in the heck? That's why you can never trust small sticks, mate. Need those nice long sticks. Never trust a man with a small stick. He's got nothing left to lose.
Of your own set to never end.
zombies are dead, but our cameras are live, bringing you play-by-play action to satiate your bloodlust. I'm John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. We've got some interesting events you can check out. Try your hand at deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, or cargo drop. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
Find it sleeping in its nest before it wakes up. Touch it gently, you want it feeling completely calm. So you can hold it in your palm and help it grow just like it was born to be. Come, 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 come. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa,
Gladiatorial Combat Evolved. I'm your host, John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
It's probably on the other side of it. Oh. Can grab a corner. Hell yeah. I'm not gonna do it. I know we just listened to Hell Yeah. I'm not gonna, you know. Unless, of course, we leave this front part open and just cut it off at the shed. Seems like a more sensible cutoff point. Perhaps and probably. lot of angles we can take with this one. I think it'll depend on where the bushes are, but you know, I cut them down so I can't really look at that right now. So probably just leave it at this wall. Got nothing in the sheds. Yeah, sure, why not? It's nighttime, it's party time. Looks good. How about that? I'm not feeling that one. Party animal. Those are the moves. just leave that at that. Right now, let's put these things in a log shed. Why not? Better repair my boots soon. They got real low without me noticing. What? I don't even remember. Right. Oh no, I keep it in the vest. That's why. Ah, whatever. Yeah, the trip down here shouldn't be too harsh on him. I don't think. I think the rock station's more something you play during events. Like when you're doing a death match or something. And again, we can already always see what they have available. Seems pretty chilled at right now, but rocking on your way to a death match, it's always a fun time. Alright, let's just make sure our construction boots don't go into frickin' puppet territory again. Don't even know how that happened, but it happened. And we'd like to not have it happen. Geez, I hope that's the right way around. Looks like this is the back. I think I might have messed that one up. Might have messed something up along the way. Again, from these, it looks like this is all backwards facing. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Secret is like on every station, isn't he? With this one song.
I spent way too long with my head in the clouds. I go to sing her this song and she's calling me
actually calculate how many barbed wire I'm going to need. 7 per wall. Over 6 walls. Right, so like 6. Alright. Just to make sure, yeah, 6 walls. Whatever, we'll do 5. Yeah. 5 seems like reasonable. Just 7 by 7. So we'll get 50 charges. Yeah, I was multiplying by 9, I'm stupid. Anyways, still. 5. 5.
Nothing is waterproof. Our dreams, hopes of free will.
I was really 1 metal scrap away. Okay. Can't wait for the day they add overhydration. Like, stop, you're drinking too much. Please. There is such a thing, believe us. I ain't believing your commie gobbledygook. Overhydration, never heard of such a thing. Anyways. And actually, I should use nails here, because I've previewed the next upgrades, you know, brick wall cement and stuff. Those use bolts purely, no nails. So nails are for barbed wire and such. And such. Let's just put this away now. Let's repair some stuff that requires toolbox repair. Why not? Why not? Repair our hard hat. I think that's all that really required. Well, that and the bulletproof vest. So let's repair that. Come on, 2 charges. Can't use that on anything. You drive a hard bargain. Repair the compass. Oh, I could have repaired the rubber rat-a-tat with the... Okay, I'm stupid. Don't mind me, though. I'm always stupid. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always stupid. Nails, that's what I wanted. Need nails and wood sticks. Yeah, I bought tons of nails. Little did I know it was bolts that I needed. Let's just take all those and see if we need any more. time. Let's continue going overtime. We can end this when we take out all the, do the sticks, finish all these upgrades. You know what I mean? Let's just do this. Let's take out these logwood sticks for some good old-fashioned loving. I got an old 14. We'll just assume 100 sticks. Why not? Fuck it. Sticks are free. That's what they don't want you to know. The animals at the zoo, they're free. All of them are up for adoption. You can, if you can carry them, you can keep them. That's the zoo policy. They don't want you to know that, but I'm looking out for you, right? Never let your dreams be dreams. You take those animals home and you show them what love is. They'll be thankful for you taking them out of captivity like that. I feel like I should say that's a joke, since, you know. Wouldn't want to be held liable for someone stealing animals from the zoo. That's not the thing I'd want to get arrested for. Beautiful. that's that. We got some progress for walls. We wasted ammo, killed a lot of Zams. We explored the submarine base. Yep. Had some fun. I'm thinking tomorrow, Monday, new week, new game. And I'm feeling Slime Rancher, not gonna lie. I'm feeling cute and bubbly. And I'm feeling like completing that game. Just a nice change of pace, right? We got hunting, we got scumming, and now we're gonna, I don't know, go collect cute little slimes. It's either that or more building. Could be, I'll decide. Could be more scope, could be slimes. But regardless, I'll see you all